Distinguished guests, honorable diplomats, esteemed academics, respected policymakers, leaders, youth leaders, and fellow citizens. Assalamu alaikum and warm greetings to all. Today we stand at a historic crossroads shaped by sacrifice, resistance, and the unyielding struggle for dignity. We begin this Policy Summit 2026 by paying profound tribute to the martyrs of 1947, 1971, and 2024, those whose blood paved the path to our nation's identity and freedom. In 1947, countless lives were lost to secure our rights and identity. In 1971, millions perished to give birth to an independent Bangladesh. Yet, independence demanded more justice and dignity. Then came 2024, a moral awakening, a rupture in fear, when ordinary citizens, especially the youth, stood unarmed against repression and declared, "This nation belongs to its people, not to tyranny." We remember Shohid Abu Said, who faced bullets with open arms in Rampur, Shohid Mir Mahfuzur Rahman Mugdho, who selflessly distributed water to protesters before being fatally shot, and Shohid Abrar Fahad, whose earlier sacrifice against injustice inspired generations and symbolized resistance to oppression. They sought neither power nor privilege, only a just, humane, and accountable Bangladesh. Distinguished participants, Bangladesh has now emerged from authoritarian rule, but liberation is only the beginning. The blood of our martyrs asks, what state will we build? Will policy serve the people or subordinate them to power once more? This summit is about foregoing a new social contract, one where citizens come first, accountability replaces impunity, justice is institutional and impartial, and development is measured in human dignity, not just infrastructure. To diplomats, scholars, and policymakers, we welcome your insights to strengthen our ethical and institutional foundations. To the youth, 2024 restored your voice, 2026 entrusts you with responsibility. Let us transform the ideals of our martyrs into fair laws, transparent institutions, and an inclusive future. If we honor them only with monuments while permitting injustice, history will judge us harshly. But if we embed their courage in governance and public life, Bangladesh will thrive as a nation of justice, dignity, and moral strength. Ladies and gentlemen, now we would like to start the session with the recitation of Quran. I'd like to request Qari Muhammad Bilal Hussain to recite the verses of the Quran. Please, Qari Muhammad Bilal Hussain.
Hello. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. إن في خلق السماوات والأرض واختلاف الليل والنهار واختلاف الليل الذين يذكرون الذين يذكرون الله قياما وقعودا وعلى جنوبهم ويتفكرون في خلق السماوات والأرض الذين يذكرون الله قياما وقعودا وعلى جنوبهم ويتفكرون في خلق السماوات والأرض ربنا ما خلقت هذا باطلا ويتفكرون في خلق السماوات والأرض ربنا ما خلقت هذا باطلا سبحانك فقنا عذاب النار ربنا ما خلقت هذا باطلا سبحانك فقنا عذاب النار صدق الله العلي العظيم.
Indeed, in the creation of the heavens and the earth and the alternation of the night and day are signs for people of understanding, those who remember Allah while standing, sitting, and lying on their sides, and reflect on the creation of the heavens and the earth, saying, Our Lord, you did not create this without purpose. Glory be to you. So protect us from the punishment of the fire. আসমান ও জমিনের সৃষ্টির মধ্যে রাত ও দিনের পরিবর্তনে ওই সকল জ্ঞানীবান লোকদের জন্যে নিদর্শন রয়েছে যারা উঠতে বসতে ও শুইতে সব অবস্থায় আল্লাহকে স্মরণ করে আসমান ও জমিনের গঠন প্রকৃতি সম্পর্কে চিন্তা ভাবনা করে এবং তারা দিল থেকে বলে ওঠে, হে আমাদের রব, এইসব কিছু তুমি বিনা উদ্দেশ্যে সৃষ্টি করনি, বেহুদা কাজ করা থেকে তুমি পবিত্র। তাই হে আল্লাহ, আমাদেরকে দোজখের কঠিন আযাব থেকে রক্ষা করুন। Wa akhiru da'wana alhamdulillahi rabbil alameen. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you for the soulful recitation from the Holy Quran. Now we shall provide a summit overview. Today we are going to cover 6 policy presentation sessions. They are namely, number 1, Strategy for Bangladesh, Governance Framework. Secondly, Promoting Prosperity, Economy, Business and Investment. Thirdly, Youth Employment, Policy to Deliver. Fourthly, Delivering on Equity, Women and Inclusion in Action. In the 5th slot, we shall have Education for the Future, Policy for Change. And lastly, 6thly, we shall have Health Matters, Policy for Transformation. Each of this presentation shall be segmented into the main presentation, followed by panel discussion, which shall include comments from the panelists and question and answer session from the audience. The audience is requested to note down the relevant questions that may arise in their mind during the concerned presentation and hand over the questions to the volunteers after the said presentation. We will then enter the panel discussion. Now, we shall go into showing and displaying a video about aspiring Bangladesh. Thank you.
We know our challenges are many. We know the stories of falling behind. We know the burdens that sometimes wear us down. Yet, with hope, we rise. With hope, we come together. Today, we unite to share a story of dreams, to tell the story of an aspiring Bangladesh. Bangladesh is a land of rivers, where life flows with courage, patience and hope. From villages shaped by soil and sweat, to cities built on dreams and determination, this nation moves forward one step at a time. But progress demands courage. It demands a stand against corruption and extortion. It demands the light of good governance and the strength to rise above fascism. In every village, school and city classroom, education lights the path forward. In every clinic and hospital, health protects the future. A strong economy is not just numbers on paper, it is food on the table, confidence in the heart, and dignity in work. Through information and communication technology, new doors open, new ideas rise, new possibilities begin. Employment empowers our youth. It makes the nation proud. With SME funds, skills and freelancing, young minds rise with courage. They build industries, grow the economy, and drive the power of progress. In growing cities and expanding towns, smart planning and urban management shape a better life for all. When women become self-reliant, families grow stronger. Women lifts the nation higher. This is the Bangladesh of our dreams, a nation that awakens hope within us all, a land where no one is left behind, where opportunity reaches every home, where dreams walk on every road and hope flows through every river. This is not just a dream. This is a promise. This is a pact. We are fully prepared to build the Bangladesh of our dreams, a Bangladesh envisioned by Bangladesh Jamaat-e-Islami.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, now we are going to start the main session of this event today. Now this is time to opening address. Today we are honored to have with us a leader whose lifelong commitment to ethical politics, public service and national reform continues to inspire millions. It's now my privilege to invite the Amir of Bangladesh Jamaat-e-Islami to deliver the opening address of Policy Summit 2026. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Shafiqur Rahman, Amir of Bangladesh Jamaat-e-Islami, with a big round of applause.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah and good morning to all. Also a happy new year. Distinguished members of the diplomatic community, political leaders, industry leaders, business leaders, esteemed academics, civil society leaders, journalists, my colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you all for joining us today at this important moment in Bangladesh's national journey. As you all know, Bangladesh approaches another national election on February 12th. We are here today to have the privilege to present the policy and vision of a new prosperous Bangladesh we aspire to. Let me start by thanking you all for gracing us with your presence here today. It gives me great pleasure to have the honor of addressing all of you. It's a real privilege for me. We are here today to talk about the future of these blessed lands, our beloved Bangladesh. It is a country that has a people that have been stated again and again, tested again and again throughout our journey in last history. And we have never been found to be wanting. We are the country of hope above despair, democracy over tyranny, and partnership over isolation. As the whole world is aware, in the year 2024, during what has been termed the Monsoon Revolution, the citizens of Bangladesh, led by our young people, declared the end of the autocratic rule of former regime, and once again we freed ourselves. We had faced 15 years of authoritarian rule of the previous regime, under which we saw the most horrific torture of opponents, repression of political freedoms, mismanagement of the economy on a mass criminal scale, and the systemic dismantling of the democratic institutions. My party, Jamaat-e-Islami, alongside so many others, paid a heavy price for opposing autocracy and tyranny, with our leaders murdered and our voices suppressed for speaking out in favor of democracy and freedom. speech. In August 2024, the people of Bangladesh said, enough is enough. With our brave students and young people leading the fight for freedom once again. Too many of our young people suffered at the hands of a regime that was determined to extinguish our democratic hopes, with approximately 2,000 people been killed and over 24,000 been critically injured and become crippled. But, as is always the eventual outcome, the light of freedom and democracy overcame the darkness of oppression. The people of Bangladesh once again prevailed. We are so very proud of our current interim government because they are trying to lead the country in a just way. But we also now stand again at a crossroads where we still face significant challenges in rebuilding our beloved country as the beacon of democracy, prosperity, and security for all and in this region too. I want to address some of those challenges today and outline the vision of my party in terms of what we see as the bright future of a newborn Bangladesh. A Bangladesh reborn, a Bangladesh renewed, a new Bangladesh. You will have seen the words aspiring Bangladesh here all around you. We want Bangladesh to aspire to be a modern market economy that also believes in social justice and where no citizen is left behind. We want a country that aspires to putting national sovereignty first and also is a responsible and active regional and global partner. We want a nation that aspires to putting technology and innovation at the heart of unstoppable economic prosperity and also believes in an interconnected world where values and principles still matter. We want to rebuild a new Bangladesh that stands on the pillars of pluralist democratic values on which our country was founded. My party believes that only through democracy and free, fair, and transparent elections can we move forward as a prosperous country. But what we need now more than ever before is a vision for the country which is backed by tangible, concrete actions which transforms our Bangladesh and delivers for our people, for our citizens. Over the course of today, you will be hearing from some of the best and brightest minds in our country about the policy and delivery action framework of our party. Jamaat-e-Islami on how to transfer the country and to give Bangladesh back their country and the future Bangladesh is back their country and the future they deserve. What you will hear throughout today is a concrete and ambitious policy framework for effective and citizen-centric governance that embraces technology, innovation, and transformation. We are keen to see essential reforms and transformation take place as soon as possible to undo almost 2 decades of damage to our democratic and economic institutions. It is therefore essential that the upcoming election on 12th of February are the most free, fair, and transparent that the country has ever seen and which have been denied to the people of Bangladesh for almost 20 years. Let me also make clear that our party will be voting and campaigning for yes in the concurrent referendum. Yes to reform, yes to July Charter, yes to a new and renewed prosperous Bangladesh. But elections are only the beginning. What we require now is a new national political consensus on what a new Bangladesh will look like and to guarantee democratic freedoms and the rule of law for every citizen of the country. Our pledge to the country is that we will work that any political party that commits to three basic fundamentals: rooting out corruption, promoting social justice, and driving forward essential reforms to build a governance system that the people of Bangladesh can be proud of and relentlessly delivers for them. For us, governance means service to the people. If we are given the opportunity, we will govern as the servants of the people, and we will always honor this sacred trust. As mainstream Muslim Democrats, we have participated in every free and fair, credible elections throughout the decades, whether that is at a national level or local government level. And we look forward to continuing to do so. In building a new Bangladesh, the role of women is absolutely vital. As you will be aware, women are already completely integrated in Bangladesh's economy, and estimated 37% are in the formal workforce. I am proud that this is one of the highest rates in South Asia, and my party is determined to help grow this number further and faster than ever before. But in order to do this, we have to also ensure that Bangladeshi girls and young women have equal access to the education from primary to university level. I am proud that women make up 43% of my party's membership. My party is fully committed to creating opportunities across our country so no girl is left behind and that they are able to fulfill their full potential as equal citizens in New Bangladesh. We'll stand shoulder to shoulder with anyone who believes in the equal opportunity for all. We also want to work closely with our international partners in rebuilding Bangladesh as a thriving and prosperous modern market economy. Bangladesh is one of the fastest growing economies in the world and is one of the youngest populations globally. The opportunities for trade and mutual growth are endless. Our young people will remain our engine for growth and prosperity, with our youth employment as a key strand of our governance framework. My party believes that through trade and participation in the global economy can Bangladesh achieve its true potential as an economic leader in our region. In that, our partners across the world can help by showing confidence in the new Bangladesh that we are building by investing and by partnership with us in creating employment opportunities for our young people. This in turn also brings mutual economic benefits to foreign investors with guarantees of a transparent and open economy in new Bangladesh. My party is determined to build a modern welfare system driven by the engine of the growth. We are drawing inspiration for this from many parts of the world and which we can learn from. We will promote agricultural development and food security, driving projects that empower farmers, increases productivity, and establish food security. In industrial growth, we will promote policies that revitalize local and global industries create jobs, and promoted economic growth whilst integrating into the global economy. We will champion initiatives for small and medium-sized businesses, opening doors for local entrepreneurs and bolstering Bangladesh's industrial base with opportunities set for FDI. We have already made clear that we will stand strongly behind any efforts to ensure that no future government in Bangladesh will be able to subvert the economic system and state resources for their own. Prosperity can only be built on internationally recognized norms of transparency. But a prosperous, modern, and new Bangladesh can only exist where all citizens, regardless of their faith, gender, creed, or race, are treated as equals. My party is proud that we stand as defenders of every Bangladeshi citizen and their rights. It is not only our responsibility to protect the rights of the minorities, but actually an obligation and sacred duty, whether they be Hindus, Buddhists, Christians, or any faith. I am so very proud that my party has over 500,000 members from other faith groups who stand together to make a country stronger. In all of this, we want the new Bangladesh to be a strong, reliable, and trustworthy partner in our region and globally. Finally, I shall finish where I started, which is with a message of hope from our new Bangladesh. As you will see from our policy action plans for governance, our politics is not of division but of hope, healing, and unity. Hope for a better future, hope for a country that lights the way of others, hope for a country where everyone is equal. That is what my partners promise today. And every day, please join us in making that promise a reality. I am especially giving thanks to those intellectuals and resource persons who are going to be made this summit fruitful. And again, thanking you all who has attended and honored our invitation here. We are really grateful to you. Please, we unite together locally, regionally, and globally for a prosperous Bangladesh and to move forward. Thank you all. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Thank you very much, Honorable Amir Jamaat of Bangladesh Jamaat-e-Islami, for your thoughtful and inspiring opening address. Your reflections on ethical leadership, national responsibility, and principled governance have provided meaningful direction for our discussions today. Your words remind us that sustainable policy reform must be grounded in justice, integrity, and service to the people. On behalf of the organizers of the Policy Summit 2026, we sincerely appreciate your time, presence, and valuable guidance. We are truly honored by your participation. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me once again in giving the Honorable Amir Jamaat a warm round of applause again.
Now we are going to go into the policy presentation segment. Our first session is on strategy for Bangladesh governance framework, a topic which is central to democracy, accountability, transparency, and citizens' participation. This session will explore our proposed institutional reforms, decentralization, and strengthening local governance structures. The panelists for this session are Dr. Syed Abdullah Muhammad Tahir, panel member, Naib-e Amir of Bangladesh Jamaat-e-Islami, former MP, Kumilla 11. Next we have Dewan A.H. Alamgir, who's the keynote speaker, development program and policy expert with 35 years of experience. We then have Shariful Alam Zinnah joining as a panel member, former Secretary, Government of Bangladesh, Professor, Department of Political Science, Dhaka International University. Then we have Shah Alam Bakshi, panel member, former Secretary, Ministry of Administration, MP candidate, Ghazipur 1. Lastly, as the fifth, we are going to have Engineer Niyama Islam, panel member, electrical consultant, private firm, Joint Secretary, Shommilito Nari Prayash. I kindly invite the honorable presenter and respected panel members to take their seats on the stage. A big round of applause to welcome them on stage, please. I would like to remind the audience to kindly take notes as the main presentation goes on. You can either hand over the questions to the volunteers to be read out by the volunteers or moderator, and if you so wish, you can ask them directly to the presenter and panel members during the panel discussion. Are we all seated? Let us now begin the session with the keynote speech by Dewan A.H. Alamgir. Thank you. I would like to request Mr. Dewan A.H. Alamgir.
কিভাবে শুরু করবে? আমি কি ওখানে দেখে বলবো শুধু স্লাইড ওখানে দেখবো? প্রেজেন্টেশনের জন্য স্লাইড চেঞ্জের জন্য আমার জন্য এখানে দেখবো আমি। আর এটা হচ্ছে নেক্সট ওয়ান কি জন্য? সবার জন্য, শোনার জন্য।
Dear audience, we again humbly remind you to take notes of the questions that you want to ask the panel along with the presenter. Now we would like to commence the policy presentation session, welcoming Mr. Dewan A.H. Alamgir to commence his main presentation, please. Thank you.
ওখানে স্লাইড আসবে না? Distinguished guests and distinguished panelists, Assalamu alaikum and good morning. I am Dewan Alamgir. I will be presenting on the governance framework for Bangladesh. Before I go there, let me introduce myself slightly differently. I will be first-time voter, although I am almost 65 years old. I will be voting this time along with millions of other young people who will be voting in coming election. Secondly, I am a really concerned citizen. We are at the crossroad, as Mr. Amir has mentioned. We have a choice to make. One is the choice for democracy, prosperity and justice, or going back to business as usual. For Bangladesh, let me just mention, during independence or following independence of Bangladesh, we expected a nation of democratic system, justice and prosperity, but did not happen. And what we saw after, a very, very different economic system where some people took control of the economy and basically plundered our banking system and others. And you will see, even today's newspaper shows that the poor state of banking system in Bangladesh. On the political system, we suffered from one-party rule. We have seen military rules, we have seen sham elections. And over the last 15 years, we have seen how political system has been captured without any election. And of that came the 2024 revolution of millions of people came out in the street to protest and demand that we want democracy, we want prosperity, we want justice. That's the basis for my presentation as well as for the future of Bangladesh. So, after all the analysis, and if you can, we really consulted people, and it is very common that made the conclusion that the basic problem is the absence of good governance. And from that, we have seen authoritarian rule, we have seen corruption and crony capitalism, and combined that too, we see control of, the concentration of power in political area as well as in the economic space. And we like to change that. Through this presentation as well as the next election, we like to see change in that. However, although this is very pessimistic, Bangladesh and we Bangladeshis are hopeful people. Our farmers feeding a population of 180 million people. We see our garments workers, millions of women, our micro-entrepreneurs, SMEs and businesses actually keeping us afloat. Our remittance, poor people, skilled, many of them are unskilled, working outside Bangladesh, send us remittance. Although we'll see a presentation this afternoon where we'll show you that how we can really train our people and send them abroad, at the same time create jobs for them within the country. Combine all them, we like to really continue. We got to build what we have already made progress. Now, what is the vision? Just simple way, vision for Bangladesh, as Mr. Amir also mentioned, I will be paraphrasing him. We want democracy, we want economic prosperity, we want justice and unity. A united country where every person, every citizen has the opportunity to really reach highest of his or her capability. So if we do the program we have developed, almost all sectors policy papers we have developed, if you can implement that, and we plan to implement that, we'll create these four things. One is a permanent democratic system. We like to see the outcome. We want prosperity for all, not for few. From the poor, all over the country, to everyone, we should have a basic shared prosperity. We should not have illegal, ill-gotten wealth captured by few people. We would like to see extreme poverty eradicated as soon as possible. We have a program for that, and ultimately a just society. So, what will be the governing principle for this party? One is, of course, economic justice, a pro-Bangladesh policy. We like to see our interests protected, whatever the sector is. An effective government, not a large wasteful government, but an effective one. We like tools issue really has become very, very critical for this nation. We feel insecure within the country, and corruption is at the highest. And the worst situation is that. So, citizen security will come as the core of all governing principle, anti-corruption measures, at the same time equal opportunity for all. Whatever the competence and the capability of a person should have that opportunity to capture the opportunity in the economy and in the society. So what are we proposing? What is the framework or the thought process of us? We are simply proposing three elements that will lead us to the outcome we are proposing. One is the fundamental one is the good governance, as I mentioned. Second point is inclusive growth through investment by the government and the private sector. The private sector will invest in business, and government will be investing in all other things, especially in people. Education, health, infrastructure and others will provide the basis for investment for the private sector. And of course, as you know, almost 30% of Bangladesh population lives in extreme poverty. We like to have a very strong social safety net for them so that we can eradicate poverty within as soon as possible. Although we will not be discussing this issue in details today, but we have a detailed program to eradicate extreme poverty. We will be happy to share with you sometime in the future. So my presentation will be focusing on the good governance. The following presentation by Professor Warisul Kurim will discuss on the growth, economic issue. Let me just focus on the governance part. We see governance as 4 elements. As far as we are concerned, there may be other frameworks, but for us, we are talking about 4 elements. One is good political governance. Political governance. Second one is good economic governance. We want macroeconomic stability. As you know, we are in a real crisis. Then we are proposing a strong local government system and shared urbanization, planned urbanization throughout the country. A country of 180 million people cannot be governed from one city, and it should be the political power and development should be spread throughout the country. So let me just briefly mention few elements of political governance. First of all, a democratic governance. For the first, this should be the last time that people has to come out in the street to democracy. So what we are saying, a democratic system must be a permanent one, where free and fair election should be the only way of transfer of power. That's one. And we like to see it done permanently. And we like to see consensus on this issue. And in practice, we like to see that all political parties follow this. Second one is the reduction of concentration of power. As you know, as Mr. Amish said, this party will be voting yes for July Declaration and the Shanad. That means those proposals that brings balance between power of Prime Minister, President, as well as all the term limits and other good suggestions that have been given and agreed upon, the party will support that. So that we like to bring a real balance of power. It should not be the dictatorship of the Prime Minister in the country anymore. Third culture, actually is the political culture. We are saying our dispute, dialogue, competition, every issue should be solved through dialogue. In the parliament, outside parliament. So that should be the one. Fourth, as I said, I will also discussing strong decentralization. A country of 180 million people cannot be ruled from just one city. Dhaka as a city, I think Dhaka, Chittagong, almost unlivable. Then the issue of economic governance. I like to emphasize on the first issue. We like to see a rule-based system. If you want to start a business, you don't have to have connection with a minister or MP or anybody. You know the rules, you know the system, you start your business and go ahead with it. So that kind of a rule-based system, we like to really make it the way of life, economic life in Bangladesh. There will be strong corruption. So our emphasis will not be on administrative action, rather bring structural changes so that there is a less opportunity to be corrupt. Financial sector reform, Professor Wazil Karim also speak about it. So it's very important that we have to really fix our financial system. Non-performing asset is very high, and this sector has been used as a conduit to siphon out money out of the country. Then capital market also we need reform, because over the decades we have seen at least twice stock market has been used as the conduit for plundering. So that has to stop. On the state-owned enterprises, we like to have reform, but the next immediate step would be to make them profitable. Almost all state-owned enterprises are losing concern, very bigly losing concern, and we like to see more and more digital transaction, digital changes, and eventually we like to see in few years that Bangladesh become a noteless country, no paper note. It should be more and more digital transaction of financial sector. That I think will act as a deterrent for corruption. On the stability, although Professor Wasil Karim also will discuss about it, but these are the key things we need immediate action. Of course, we have to control inflation. Inflation is too high for the poor people in general. We like to really go for monetary policy, appropriate one, at the same time more and more investment. And also one of the reasons of high cost of commodities is extortion from the villages to the towns. That has to stop, so that it will have an effect on inflation as well. Improve, of course, we have to collect more taxes, but instead of really raising rate, Professor Wasil Karim will propose a different way of thinking revenue collection. We have to increase remittance also. As you know, most of Bangladeshis who work outside Bangladesh, especially Middle East and other areas, these are mostly unskilled people. We like to really develop an skilled workforce for Bangladesh inside as well as for international job market. And we have a detailed plan for that, and there will be a presentation on how we develop skilled workforce for this country to improve, create jobs, at the same time improve productivity of our enterprises, at the same time export, let the world have our skilled people. And as you know, diversifying export is very important. We have to really earn export dollars, reduce our wasteful public finances, and bring more and more transparency to especially big public investment. There should be really scrutiny of making big projects. It should not be depend on the whims of one person or just for visibility. We really need to have a transparent process of selecting public investment. And the final one, the fourth pillar, as I said, we need to have decentralized urbanization. Dhaka, Chittagong has grown so-called organically, almost unlivable. So what we are saying is a country of 64 districts. So we should have planned 64 cities, and each Upazila should have one or more than planned urban centers. That means Bangladesh should not be a country of 2 cities. It should be 64 cities planned and 500 plus smaller towns integrated with each other. So that we can create jobs in the small towns. We should have health, education everywhere, so that we don't have to come to Dhaka for all the services, whatever the area is. For that to happen, I think we need a strong local government also. Our local government system is really weak. We all have 3 tier of Jila Parishad, Upazila and Union Parishad, but still we don't have real consensus on how to strengthen local government. I think it needs consensus of the political parties, because without that, we like to system where local government system does not change with change of government, change of party. It should have a permanent setup, permanent system, so that concentration of power and development should go throughout the country. So when we have a small district or a small town, we like to see hub of 4 things. One is, of course, housing, living, that will be people. We like to see jobs and economic growth in each area with industrial zones in each district, each Upazila. We should have education and skill. Without education, service people will not want to live in small towns, and health services. Because for health service, even a poor person has to come from all the way from remote area to Dhaka to get a basic surgery. Or as you know, millions of people go outside Bangladesh to get health service. This has to stop. This is a big commitment from our part, that we should have towns and cities and towns throughout the country where we have basic 4 services: employment, job opportunities, education and health services, so that we don't need to have rural to urban migration in Bangladesh. So let me just finish this saying, we equate good governance with national transformation. That's our fundamental promised, and that's our fundamental way of thinking development of Bangladesh for the future. Thank you very much for your attention. Okay, thank you. We are available for any question and answer. Our panelists are available. I will be available also for any question or any clarification you may need. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that insightful presentation. As our audience works on their questions for the panel members, we would like to welcome the panel members to provide their brief perspectives, remarks, or comments. Meanwhile, if any audience has any question, please raise your hands and you will be approached by the volunteers. You can hand over your written questions or read them out loud on your own in the mic for the panel. Can we now move on to the panel discussion for the comments as we collect questions from the audience? Thank you.
আপনি কমেন্ট করতে বলছে কিছু বলবেন লোকাল গভর্নমেন্টের উপরে 1 or 2 minutes জাস্ট ইন্ট্রোডাক্টরি আপনি নিজেকে ইন্ট্রোডিউস করে নেন তাহলে হবে
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Distinguished guests, before I touch upon the local government briefly, let me introduce myself first. I'm Dr. Shariful Alam. I did my master's from Chittagong University and Wageningen Agriculture University, Netherlands. And then I did my PhD from Asian Institute of Technology. And now I am teaching at Dhaka International University, as you have heard. So it's my privilege and honor to present before you. And I share some of the issues that slightly touched upon by Dr. Dewan Ali Haidar Alamgir. Actually, the local government is the oldest institutions in this subcontinent, starting its journey from 1870s. Now the most significant unit is at the local level, Union Parishad. You know, there are several theoretical and practical underpinnings behind these local government institutions. As you know, that the local government is the breeding ground for political training the people and preparing the people for the national politics or the national parliament. And the second thing is that it is the mainstay of service delivery for the local people. And these are being done now, though there are some interruptions. And the third thing, that is the theory says that the subsidiarity theory, you know that subsidiarity theory is the concept that matters should be dealt in by the lowest tier of the administrative system, or those who are at the grassroots. They must be handled, or their service should be provided by the local setup, not by the central. Central can handle only those things that are not possible by the local level to solve. So the way Dr. Alamgir has, Dewan Ali Haidar Alamgir has presented that the Jamaat-e-Islami, Bangladesh Jamaat-e-Islami will establish such local government system that should be fully financially empowered, and the administrative authority should be devolved in such a way so that the central control is as minimum. Only when central government will intervene when the local government cannot solve this problem. And it will be not only the responsibility, now the local government system is functioning in such a way, so many responsibilities are there, but they are held also accountable, but the financial authorities are not fully transferred to them. So financial autonomy is not there, and there are lack of financial opportunities as well. So few areas of financing are there, but not they are fully financially solvent or capable of serving the people as the people are expecting from it. So the local government will be the main hub of the development as Bangladesh Jamaat-e-Islami envisions. So I think in the future, if Bangladesh Jamaat-e-Islami is given the responsibility of taking care of the services and the affairs of the people, it will try its best to devolve the system to the lower level, Union Parishad, Upajala level, Upajala Parishad and Jala Parishad as the political consensus permits. Say for example, first Bangladesh Jamaat-e-Islami will try its best to come to a consensus what will be the setup and system and structure of local government. And then it will start some pilot reforms program and try to gradually develop the system, and then it will start developing the capacities of the local people so that they can become their own master. They can become the master of their own affairs. So in that way, Bangladesh Jamaat-e-Islami will try to scale up the system nationally. So with this, I will welcome more questions. If you have, then we will respond. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. I want to make just a few remarks on the discussion. The basic subject is the good governance. We all know that for good governance, we need good people. And the basic hindrance in our country is the corruption. So for good governance, we must have a society and the individuals free of corruption. The priority of Jamaat-e-Islami and our commitment is that we'll make a corruption-free society and corruption-free government. Number two, we need the efficient and skilled manpower for good governance, and we need the sincere people, patriotic people, honest people, and dedicated people. And Jamaat aims to build up a society which will produce such type of individuals and personalities. And again, for the good governance, we need the very good system which will ensure the equality and which will ensure the rights for all the society, the people of all walks of people, men and women, children and old, or all the professions. And the fourth, for the good governance and the good society, we need the elevation of the poverty in the society. And we have a long-term policy to eradicate poverty in the society, giving them employment, education, cooperation, and a moral-based, benevolent personalities. So if we can achieve this, we can have a good government, good society, good people, and a good country, inshallah. We aim for that. Thank you very much.
So, thank you so much for your remarks. Can we have the next panelist add their comments if they have any? If not, we can move on to the question and answer session.
Hi, my name is Najibur Rahman. I am a lawyer by profession. I did my PhD on commercial law from the UK, and currently I am an MP candidate for Bangladesh Jamaat-e-Islami. I think my takeaway from this is that decentralization is a must. We saw in last 16 years how the ruling class centralized everything, consolidated the power to a family and to a group of people. Even we saw in rural level, in constituencies, MPs, although they are function as a legislator to make laws, but they acted as the head of the government in the local areas. So that needs to be reformed, and I think the way it has been presented, if we can decentralize the power and give the power to the people, that will elevate the poverty level. Also, that will reduce the corruption, because absolute power makes absolute corrupt. So the political leaders, they should have their own designated roles in terms of law, in terms of legislators, MPs. They shouldn't involved in local governance. And the local government should work, the allocation of funds that should go to the local government directly, not through the MPs. So I think that should be the goal, to decentralize the work and decentralize the power. Through that, we can reduce the corruption. We can actually empower the people. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. It's Shahalam Bukshi. Let me introduce myself first. I did my master's from Dhaka University in Applied Physics and Electronics. Then I joined administration cadre as magistrate. Then I was deputy commissioner in 2 districts. Then I retired as secretary. I was kept OSD for long 8 years, and I retired as OSD. I was economic minister in Saudi Arabia Embassy of Bangladesh. I have only one suggestion. It was a very good presentation and quite a lot suggestions given in my panel discussions. I think some change or some update or some change in curriculum should be made in the education sector from the very beginning of the education system, from the primary education system. If the curriculum is updated for the Islamic curricula, I think should be included in the education, and it should be made so that the students be grown with the Islamic education, Islamic etiquettes, etc. That's all. Thank you very much.
Assalamu alaikum and good morning. I'm engineer Niyama Islam, an electrical consultant at private firm and joint secretary of Sammilito Nari Prayash. In my work, I focus on improving the quality of local development projects through accurate planning, technical transparency, and responsible service delivery. As an engineer, I believe good governance at the local level depends on reliable infrastructure, clear information, and honest decision making. Our role is to support these values by ensuring that every project is safe, efficient, and beneficial for the community. Thank you.
With that, we end the remark section of the panel discussion. Can we invite some questions from the audience? Yes, sir? Yes.
Hello, Mr. Dewan. Presenter, thank you for a good presentation. I have questions. Why our local government could not be effective so far? You did not mention it. We have many local governments in the last 54 years after independence, but why they couldn't be effective? Though they are run by elected local government representative. Second, how local representatives' accountability can be ensured?
Okay.
We know that we are suffering from poverty and unemployment. But local government cannot play a role in reducing poverty and generating employment. Moreover, they cannot generate resources, local resources. But there are scopes, opportunities to generate local resources. But local government became ineffective in this area. You know that our people's problem lies with their illiteracy.
Thank you.
And 60% of their income are spent on health. But local government cannot do anything. Why there is deficiency? Your presentation did not point out this. Please.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the questions. Maybe there are some opinions as well. So thank you very much. Actually, your first question was related to the non-functionality of local government for the last 54 years, isn't it? So I think that you will share with me that local government has not been given due authority to function properly. Be it at the local level or at the central level. At the local level, they are facing the problem of resources and the trained manpower. And at the central level, there is an attitude that if the adequate resources are pumped to the local economy or the local government level, then corruption will be rampant. This false argument, on the basis of this false argument, the central level people are not inclined to give them the full authority. But it is true that corruption can be handled easily if the system is in place. So I think that it is the political mindset and the decision of the political masters that what will be the structure and the functions and the authority and the independence of the local authorities or the local government institutions. If it is politically decided and consensus is arrived, then I think the local government will be in a position to function properly and they will become capable of handling the affairs of the local people very effectively. Thank you very much.
The next question, please.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is A.K.M. Saidat Hussain, but I'm from Algeria Embassy in Bangladesh. My question is, if you from the government, how would your fiscal policies, such as the changing in the tax rate, public spending, and help maintenance macroeconomic stability, and what the effect they have on the inflation, in unemployment, and the economic growth? Thank you.
Well, first of all, as you know, that the public finance at this stage is in a very difficult situation. So the way we like to do basically stop wasteful spending. This is one. Within this, make it transparent, make it demand driven. On the other side, as Professor Warsul Karim will describe, we have investment plan for the growth and other areas. But so that means we really have to balance it. One is what I would say, the wasteful spending part has to be curtailed, especially the big hemorrhages we have in the economy should be stopped. On the other hand, we really have to come up with the investment, especially in the business for private sector investment, and for the government to invest in education, basic infrastructure, health and other services. So that's the balance we'd like to make. Thank you.
Thank you. May we now have the next question? We request the audience to make the question brief so that we can have the maximum time allocated to the presenter to present their view.
You have talked about governance.
Yes.
And one of the key elements of governance, good governance, is participation. Participation.
Participation.
By
Yes.
the citizens. So, how would you ensure the participation of women
Yes.
at the highest decision-making level?
Okay.
And this is my question. And another question is, are you committed to CEDAW and SGD?
Are you committed?
To CEDAW and SGD?
If you could spell out the full form for the audience.
These are my questions.
Okay. First one, I would like to mention that there will be full session on women development where we'll deal with the participation. So I will refer to that session. But the issue is, let me just summarize. More than 50% of Bangladesh population are women. We made improvement, of course, a lot. We lots to be done, especially in education. Now more girls are graduating from primary school, high school, SSC. And in undergraduate level, the proportion is becoming almost equal. So we made really big stride on that. But still there has to be a lot of things to be done. Second issue is the access to health services. That is a huge issue. We need to really improve access to health for all women, poor and area. Then the political participation is something we really have to improve further, really improve further, especially political participation in the local level as well as the national level. We need to really improve on that. I fully agree. And then of course, women, for them to participate, we really have to, I think it's a combination of many things. Education, at the same time opportunity and choice, and then finally give them the opportunity to participate in economic as well as the political space. So this is more of a general frame I am mentioning. There will be a detailed discussion on this in a specific, a full session on this issue.
Yeah,
Yes.
excuse me, I have a supplementary question here.
Please.
I mean, why hasn't Bangladesh Jamaat-e-Islam nominated any women candidate?
Ma'am, I'm not sure I understood you properly.
No, my question is that Bangladesh Jamaat-e-Islam has not given nomination to any women
Okay.
in the upcoming election.
I think this is for you. Nomination cannot then nai. You answer please.
Really, in principle, we don't have any problem and objection to nominate women in the direct election. You know, in the consensus committee, we passed some resolutions that if it is passed from next onward, every political party is bound to give 5%, at least 5% nomination for the women in a composition. And Jamaat agreed on that. So, inshallah, gradually we will do it. Thank you very much.
We will take a few more questions. Yes.
Hello. My question is that, and thanks, Mr. Alamgir for nice presentations and covering many things. Hello. My question is that we have seen that during the last previous government, Jamaat-e-Islami Minister of Industry, they focused on SME, small and medium enterprise in Bangladesh. We have seen that's the dream of that minister. But today I have observed that in this presentation, thanks the Amir Jamaat has covered in the SME in his brief talk, but in the macroeconomic policy, I think, what is this, your status, the focusing on SME, entrepreneurship, and particularly women entrepreneurship.
Okay.
That's the things we know that the last Jamaat minister started but what is your policy to continue that? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think
Can we request the honorable audience to remain silent so that we can pay full attention to the points made by the speaker?
let me start from the point that we would like to have shared prosperity, in the sense that all people, there should not be poor people, and there should be concentration of wealth. At the same time, as I mentioned, we will have investment throughout the country. Now, as you know, if you analyze any industry, you will see only few large one, few smaller, I mean the SME, and millions of micro enterprises in Bangladesh, in agriculture and in non-agriculture area. And that has been mainly because of growing economy, at the same time access to finance. So, with the next government, and also I'd like to mention only 15% of all labor force work in formal businesses. 85% people work in informal sector. So our emphasis will be to support more and more micro enterprise, SMEs throughout the country, either in the agriculture sector or non-agriculture sector. For that, we have proposed that there should be planned urbanization opportunity in East Upazila. In support of that, of course, access to finance and other things will come. But issue is, we really have to, for the economy to turn quickly, we need to really emphasize on the micro enterprise and entrepreneurship, including women. As you know, Bangladesh, the land of microfinance, almost 95% of the borrowers are women. They are the one contributing in agriculture as well as other entrepreneurship. So we like to support that, and for that also you will mention in the skill development and entrepreneurship presentation, you will see we will prioritize women entrepreneurship in particular, and you will see throughout Bangladesh millions of women actually in business. So there will be more and more such initiative, at the same time help them to expand and gradually become larger and formal businesses. And we fully endorse that part. Especially for reduction of poverty, we must have much support for micro enterprises and SMEs throughout the country, irrespective of whether it is agriculture, industry or service sector. And we have detailed policy paper on that. And Dr. Ashikur Rahman will explain how we'll prioritize women in entrepreneurship, skill development as well as entrepreneurship. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. We are...
Hello. Assalamu alaikum. I am
question.
at the back
Last question.
of the room. Yeah. This is Professor Saifuddin Ahmed from Dhaka University. And I would like to thank the organizer to bring good governance and local government in their agenda of aspiring Bangladesh. So I would like to say something for your thought so that you can consider this in your aspiration. The main problem, one of the main problem of local government in Bangladesh is that it is an extended hand of central government.
Yes.
At Upazila level, it was a very good arrangement, but the 13 departments which were transferred to the Upazila level, but their boss sits in district or at central level. At this stage, the Upazila chairman, they don't have any opportunity to write SCR, which was previously annual confidential report. For example, the youth development officer of Upazila, he is accountable to the deputy director of youth development sitting in district. He is not accountable officially to the Upazila chairman. Even the UNO, he is accountable to the cabinet division, not to the Upazila chairman. So, to come out from this situation, we cannot make a complete accountable local government system. So that's why we call it an extended hand of central government. Another important local government entity is Paurushava, which is very much poor in terms of their fund. a small amount of ADP is given to Paurushava, but that is very inadequate. And in last 20 years, so many unions have been converted to Paurushavas without violating the law. So they become poor and poor.
Thank you.
So I would like to request the organizers to consider these issues while they will be in power to reform local government system. Thank you so much.
We are aware of it. Thank you very much, Professor. We are aware of these issues, and we aspire to have a more strong local government in the future. But as I said, we need consensus within the political system that we should have a permanent local government structure. Thank you, sir. But we are very much aware of these issues. Thank you.
I think we can accommodate a few more questions. Can we have the next question?
Thank you very much for the brilliant presentation by H. Haidar. I am very much impressed on your point that you are going to make the district towns as the hub of 4 opportunities, that is health, education, job opportunities, and good healthy living opportunities. My question is to our political leader who is present here as a panelist, Dr. Syed Abdullah Mahmood Tahir, that are you confident that it is possible in a shortest possible time to make available all these facilities in district towns, and how it is possible with our limited expertise? We see there are educational institutes, hospitals in the districts, but they are not quality. And that's why people are coming to the capital city for education and for treatment. So how you are going to materialize these 4 points in district hospitals? Please encourage us. Thank you.
Before Dr. Tahir answers, let me say that the structure we propose is not, it's an aspirational long-term development plan, gradual, of course, subject to availability of resources. At the same time, we have detailed plan on health sector as well as education, but it will of course need longer term, not 5 years, much longer term to develop urban centers in all over the country. Thank you. Dr. Tahir, please.
Thank you very much. This is one of the vital issues in the health sector to address in our country. The Jamaat aims to develop a full-fledged, high-qualified expertise, good hospitals in the district level, so that people do not need to come to the capital city in Dhaka. And it is possible because now you know that the GDP in our budget in the health sector is only 4%. If Jamaat comes to power, we will allocate minimum 6 to 8% of the total budget in the health sector. If it is so, then it will be possible to establish good hospitals with good equipments and the expertise in the district level. And also we can ensure the minimum health services in the rural areas also. And this is one of the major agenda Jamaat will address if we are in power, inshallah. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
We'll increase the budget in the health sector.
Assalamu alaikum. আমি মেজর রিটায়ার্ড মোহাম্মদ আখতারুজ্জামান। আমি অনেক ধন্যবাদ দিচ্ছি আপনাকে সুন্দর প্রেজেন্টেশনের জন্য। আমার 2টি প্রশ্ন। প্রথম, আমরা হলো অ্যান্টি কারাপশন নিয়ে আমরা অনেক কথা বলি, সবারই কথা অ্যান্টি কারাপশন, কিন্তু আমরা অ্যান্টি কারাপশনটা কিভাবে দূর করব সেটার ব্যাপারে আমরা রাজনৈতিক সিদ্ধান্ত নেই না, আমরা সেটা দুদকের উপরে ছেড়ে দেই। দুদক তার নিম্নস্থ সরকারি কর্মচারীদের চালায়, যাদের সিনিয়ররাই করাপশনের প্রতি বেশি ইনভলভ, ফলে তারা করাপশনে কোন রকম নিয়ন্ত্রণ আনতে পারে না। আমি জানতে চাইবো, আজকের এই নতুন সরকার যদি আসে, আমাদের ক্ষমতায় আসে, আপনারা কি রাজনৈতিক একটি দুদক তৈরি করবেন কিনা যারা সরকারি কর্মচারীদের উপরে নিয়ন্ত্রণ রাখতে পারবে? কারণ এই যে সবাই রাজনীতিবিদকে টার্গেট করে, সকল এনজিও থেকে নিয়ে সবাইকে নিয়ে, যে তারা করাপ্ট করে, কিন্তু মেইন করাপশন গুলো কিন্তু হয় এক্সিকিউটিভ লেভেলে, যারা কাজগুলো দায়িত্ব পালন করে। সেটা করবেন কিনা, এটা আমার বিনীত অনুরোধ। অ্যান্টি কারাপশন নিয়ে আমরা অনেক কথা বলছি, এটা চাই। দ্বিতীয় হলো, আমরা স্থানীয় সরকার নিয়ে কথা বলি, কিন্তু স্থানীয় সরকারে একমাত্র উপজেলা চেয়ারম্যান এবং ইউনিয়ন পরিষদ চেয়ারম্যান ছাড়া বাকি সব লোক কিন্তু সেন্ট্রাল গভর্নমেন্টের লোক। এমনকি ইউনিয়ন পরিষদের যে সেক্রেটারি সে পর্যন্ত চেয়ারম্যানের কথা শুনে না, সে শুনে সেন্ট্রাল গভর্নমেন্টের কথা। আর বাজেটটা দেয় সেন্ট্রাল গভর্নমেন্ট। অনেকে বলে এমপিরা কেন যাবে, টাকাটা তো এমপিরা অ্যালট করে। বাজেট থেকে যখন টাকা অ্যালট করে তখন সেই টাকাটার খোঁজ খবর নেওয়ার দায়িত্ব, নৈতিক দায়িত্ব সংসদ সদস্যের। সেখানে তাকে অবশ্যই দেখতে হবে তার উপজেলায় বা ইউনিয়ন পর্যায়ে যে টাকাটা বরাদ্দ করা হয়েছে সেটি সঠিক ব্যয় করছে কিনা। সেখানে এমপিদের একটা অন্যতম দায়িত্ব হতে হবে। আমার এমপি ভাই যিনি দাঁড়িয়েছেন ওনাকে অনুরোধ করব, ইট ইজ ইউর ফান্ডামেন্টাল রাইট এন্ড ডিউটি যে আপনি যে টাকাটা বরাদ্দ দিবেন বাজেট থেকে সেই টাকাটা সঠিকভাবে ব্যয় হচ্ছে কিনা এটাকে আপনাকে নিশ্চিত করতে হবে। কারণ টাকাটা আসবে ন্যাশনাল বাজেট থেকে, বাই রেভিনিউ, বাই ট্যাক্সেশন। কিন্তু স্থানীয় সরকার চলবে অ্যাজ ইউ আর্ন। স্থানীয় সরকার চলবে অ্যাজ ইউ আর্ন। যেটা আপনি আয় করবেন সেটা ব্যয় করবেন। সেখান থেকে সেন্ট্রাল গভর্নমেন্ট থেকে সাবসিডি পাওয়ার কথা না স্থানীয় সরকারগুলোকে। এই সিস্টেমটাকে আপনারা কার্যকরী করবেন কিনা এটাই আমার বিনীত প্রশ্ন। ধন্যবাদ।
Thank you for your question. You raised two vital issues. One is empowering politicians to oversee whether the bureaucrats and local governments, they are running properly and not doing corruptions. And secondly, oversee in micro level, the MPs, the duties of the MPs, how to ensure corruption-free services and ensure that the allocation of budgets that are materialized and utilized for the people. I think the first question you asked, if we have a sustainable and accountable system, that will reduce definitely the level of corruption. Secondly, the elected members of the parliament, the representative of the government, people, if they are empowered to oversee whether corruption is occurring or whether accountability is there in place, that will also ensure the corruption is reducing. However, it also needs corruption-free politicians is in place. If we elect corrupt people or corrupt politicians as our leader, MPs, and then we expect from them that they will oversee and reduce the corruption, that will not happen. So we need a sustainable system to oversee and reduce the level of corruption. At the same time, we need honest leaders. Secondly, I think there should be decentralization of power. As I mentioned in my panel discussion, we have a system for last 15 years, or I think more than that, that the MPs, they are like local lords. They oversee everything. The budgets are allocated through them. And because of that centralization of power that has been constitutionalized in the 15th Amendment, the Prime Minister and the MPs, they are given so much power that make them absolute corrupt. I think we should have a shift and we should have a balance of power. Local governments, they should have some responsibilities. As one of our distinguished guests mentioned, the local chairmen, they don't write ACR of the local government. That is not a good practice. I think the local governments, they should be given more responsibilities and they should be empowered. At the same time, the representative of the people, they should have some sort of responsibility to oversee whether the bureaucrats and the local governments, whether they are functioning properly, and accountability should be there. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. This is Dr. Hafiz Abdur Rahman. I'm a professor of electrical and computer engineering at North-South University. I have a question especially related to the science and technology. As we know, we are a country relying mostly on remittance and labor-oriented economy. To move forward and to develop this country, the role of science and technology is essential. Basically, presently our per capita income is like $3,000 per year. But if we can unless we move to the research and innovation-based economy or country, we cannot go to the level of like $10,000 per year income status. So what is your vision? Because I haven't seen anyone of the panelists came from the science or engineering background, so it could be a general question. Yes, I saw the lady there, but she's talking about women empowerment, not related to science and technology. So as such, my question is, what is your vision? Because this is a time when world is evolving too fast in technology and science-driven economy and system. So how you see to encourage or integrate science and technology in coming days, Bangladesh?
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you for raising it. Just small point. I'm an electrical engineer by training. So anyway, issue is we have developed a policy paper on education and training separately, but I fully agree with you. Without science, technology and language skill, we cannot really transform our country into a really productive as well as a productive economy. So you will see in our policy paper on education, you will see we are giving utmost importance even in the primary education, secondary education on STEM courses, science, technology, engineering, math subjects, plus English language. That will be the emphasis for whole secondary education. At the same time, we will be proposing to modify, reform our undergraduate programs more and more on professional degrees, which are, through our education system, we like to create skilled manpower that have marketable skill, that means within Bangladesh and outside Bangladesh. So we'll give utmost importance on science and technology, and that will be the focus for our education reform program. Thank you for bringing it. STEM is the way of life, plus language. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm from here, Eastern Corner.
Thank you so much. We will have to end the question and answer session.
Okay. I'm Kamruzzaman from TRT World, Turkish television channel. May I ask the question?
Yes,
very
please.
briefly.
Probably the last one for this session.
Okay,
Yes,
okay.
please.
I'm asking. Thank you so much. Actually, we saw an authoritarian regime of nearly 17 years, and that regime was dethroned. And at that time, Jamaat-e-Islami was cornered hugely, and the main blame placed by the ousted government was that this is a radical political party. And even most of the top leaders of Jamaat-e-Islami were hanged. And now the top leaders of Awami League, mostly they are from in different countries, and they have laundered huge money. They're using that money in appointing lobbyists to build up that narrative according to some reports or information. So what's the preparation of Jamaat? Because still, if there is information or there is propaganda that Jamaat is a radical Islamist party, so how can you address this issue before the upcoming national election? Thank you very much.
Okay, I'll just summary. Mr. Amir of Jamaat-e-Islami explained his vision for the country. The vision is, and also in my presentation I clearly mentioned that this is a republic. We have 180 million people of different strata of life. So we like to have we are proposing a development strategy for all, and we said that the good governance is the number one. We'll invest so that everybody, the irrigation, poverty is eradicated as soon as possible, and this will be every citizen of Bangladesh, irrespective of their ethnicity, irrespective of religion, irrespective of any other segregation whatever it is, we like to give everybody equal opportunity so that at the same time we are saying that we will be investing so that the economic growth is there, so that every citizen can participate in that growth. and have a dignified life. You see, so it's radical in the sense that we are talking about everybody. So there is no reason to think that our policies will be for a particular group. It will be a development strategy for all citizens, spread throughout the country, irrespective of religion, caste, faith, or any other thing. And unity will be the cornerstone of development. We would like to have a unified country, agree on prosperity, democracy, and dignity. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you
Everybody,
very much.
thank you very much.
Thank you. Can we ask and humbly request Dr. Devopriyo Bhattacharya to add his valuable remarks in this session? Please.
তাই তো এখন তো দেবপ্রিয় ওনাকে বলতে বলছে না শেষ এখানে
Can we have his remarks to this session? Thank you.
So, okay, I think let's finish this session, okay? Okay, thank you very much. Are you? Oh.
Good morning. I speak in English.
Yes.
Okay,
Okay.
Good morning. Let me compliment you and your colleagues for that fine presentation and providing this governance framework. I have followed it with great interest. But having done these things over the years in Bangladesh, I have had these two particular issues with this. What is now important is not so much identifying the aspiration, but to talk about the delivery mechanism. Because most of us will agree on all the lofty ideas which has been put forward. We have a national consensus on that. But the challenge is to distinguish itself on the delivery of these issues. One of the important part, of course, is the reform, the structural issues, which the incomplete reforms we have till now, how you are going to continue with them in the future, the continuity and predictability of the reform process, this is one. The other part is that all these programs usually come from the demand side. What we don't see as an economist, the supply side, and the supply side are the resources. So how much all these things are going to cost? The costing becomes a major issue. And how do you face it given the very low fiscal space of the country and the indebtedness situation as it stands? So my humble question is that, do you have a delivery plan? And do you know how much it is going to cost you? All these things which you have just promised this morning. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think this will be nice transition from my framework to next presentation where you will see the cost issue. And I fully agree that we have very weak institution to deliver. That has to be across the board. We need to improve institutional capacity. But the cost of each program within the limited macro situation, I think Professor Wasil Karim will give some numbers in the next presentation. Thank you very much. But I fully agree with you. That's what we have seen over the years. Ideas are there, but we need to implement them, deliver them. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. With that, we will end this excellent, lively interaction with our audience. Can we have the closing remarks?
No, thank you.
No. So we are going to go to a tea break, which will start from now and end at 11:05 a.m. Then we will go on to the next session, session 2, promoting prosperity, economy, business, and investment. The third session should be youth employment policy to delivery. The fourth session would be delivering on equity, women, and inaction. The fifth one shall be education for the future, policy for change. And the last one shall be health matters, policy for transformation. The second session, as we said, would begin from 11:05 a.m. Till then, we are going to enjoy a short tea break. Thank you.
our challenges are many. We know the stories of falling behind. We know the burdens that sometimes weigh us down. Yet, with hope, we rise. With hope, we come together. Today, we unite to share a story of dreams, to tell the story of an aspiring Bangladesh. Bangladesh is a land of rivers, where life flows with courage, patience, and hope. From villages shaped by soil and sweat, to cities built on dreams and determination, this nation moves forward one step at a time. But progress demands courage. It demands a stand against corruption and extortion. It demands the light of good governance and the strength to rise above fascism. In every village, school, and city classroom, education lights the path forward. In every clinic and hospital, health protects the future. A strong economy is not just numbers on paper, it is food on the table, confidence in the heart, and dignity in work. Through information and communication technology, new doors open, new ideas rise, new possibilities begin. Employment empowers our youth. It makes the nation proud. With SME funds, skills, and freelancing, young minds rise with courage. They build industries, grow the economy, and drive the power of progress. In growing cities and expanding towns, smart planning and urban management shape a better life for all. When women become self-reliant, families grow stronger. Women lifts the nation higher. This is the Bangladesh of our dreams, a nation that awakens hope within us all, a land where no one is left behind, where opportunity reaches every home, where dreams walk on every road and hope flows through every river. This is not just a dream. This is a promise. This is a pact. We are fully prepared to build the Bangladesh of our dreams, a Bangladesh envisioned by Bangladesh Jamaat-e-Islami. We know our challenges are many. We know the stories of falling behind. We know the burdens that sometimes weigh us down. Yet, with hope, we rise. With hope, we come together. Today, we unite to share a story of dreams, to tell the story of an aspiring Bangladesh. Bangladesh is a land of rivers, where life flows with courage, patience, and hope. From villages shaped by soil and sweat to cities built on dreams.
Dear audience, ladies and gentlemen, honorable guests, we are humbly requesting you to have your seats once again. We are going to start the next session within a minute. We would be grateful if you have your seats within the time. In the next session, we are going to talk about promoting prosperity, economy, business, and investment.
It demands a stand against corruption and extortion. It demands the light of good governance and the strength to rise above fascism. In every village, school and city classroom, education lights the path forward. In every clinic and hospital, health protects the future. A strong economy is not just numbers on paper, it is food on the table, confidence in the heart, and dignity in work. Through information and communication technology, new doors open, new ideas rise, new possibilities begin. Employment empowers our youth. It makes the nation proud. With SME funds, skills, and freelancing, young minds rise with courage. They build industries, grow the economy, and drive the power of progress. In growing cities and expanding towns, smart planning and urban management shape a better life for all. When women become self-reliant, families grow stronger. Women lifts the nation higher. This is the Bangladesh of our dreams, a nation that awakens hope within us all, a land where no one is left behind, where opportunity reaches every home, where dreams walk on every road and hope flows through every river. This is not just a dream. This is a promise. This is a pact. We are fully prepared to build the Bangladesh of our dreams, a Bangladesh envisioned by Bangladesh Jamaat-e-Islami. We know our challenges are many. We know the stories of falling behind.
Dear audience, ladies and gentlemen, we are humbly requesting you to be silent and have your seats. We are going to start the next policy presentation session.
The story of dreams, to tell the story of an aspiring Bangladesh. Bangladesh is a land of rivers, where life flows with courage, patience, and hope. From villages shaped by soil and sweat, to cities built on dreams and determination, this nation moves forward one step at a time. But progress demands courage. It demands a stand against corruption and extortion. It demands the light of good governance and the strength to rise above fascism. In every village, school, and city classroom, education lights the path forward. In every clinic and hospital, health protects the future. A strong economy is not just numbers on paper, it is food on the table, confidence in the heart, and dignity in work. Through information and communication technology, new doors open, new ideas rise, new possibilities begin. Employment empowers our youth. It makes the nation proud. With SME funds, skills, and freelancing, young minds rise with courage. They build industries, grow the economy, and drive the power of progress. In growing cities and expanding towns, smart planning and urban management shape a better life for all. When women become self-reliant, families grow stronger. Women lifts the nation higher. This is the Bangladesh of our dreams, a nation that awakens hope within us all, a land where no one is left behind, where opportunity reaches every home, where dreams walk on every road and hope flows through every river. This is not just a dream. This is a promise. This is a pact. We are...
Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to start the next session within very short time. You are requested to have your seats. And in the coming sessions, we are going to cover several policy presentation sessions. The first one would be promoting prosperity, economy, business, and investment. And then we'll be talking about youth employment policy to delivery. And after that, delivering on equity, women, and in action. And the next one is education for the future, policy for change. And the last one would be health matters, policy for transformation. All this presentation will be divided into two segments. At the very beginning, keynote speaker will give a presentation about the topic while you're requested to take notes and note down the necessary questions about the presentation. And after that, panel members will share their remarks and answer the questions as much as possible within the time. Hopefully we're going to cover all the sessions properly with your cooperation and attention. We would be grateful to you if you have your seat.
frequently ওই সেশনগুলো দেখাতে হবে নতুন লোকজন আসতেছে তো তারা মনে হচ্ছে এইটাই সেশন কনফিউজ হয়ে যাচ্ছে যে উমেনের একটা সেশন আছে এডুকেশন না ওইটা না ওই যে ব্রেকে সময় স্লাইডটা শো করা যে এরপর এখন ধরো শো করতে পারো যে আজকে
Ladies and gentlemen, respected guests, honorable diplomats, guests, and others, we'd like to request you to have your seats, please. We are going to start the next policy presentation session, and it's going to be about promoting prosperity, economy, business, and investment. We would be grateful to you if you have your seats right now, because you're going to start this session within a minute. It would be easy for us to conduct the session with your cooperation. We're going to cover 5 more policy presentation sessions with 5 different topics. The first one would be promoting prosperity, economy, business, and investment. Next one would be youth development policy to delivery. And after that, delivering on equity, women and in action. And the next one would be education for the future, policy for change. And the last one would be health matters, policy for transformation. Now, ladies and gentlemen, honorable guests, we are humbly requesting you to have your seats right now. We are going to start the next policy presentation session. And our next session focuses on promoting prosperity, economy, business, and investment. And it will address economic resilience, investment, employment generation, and sustainable development. For having a discussion about this very policy, we'd like to invite the panel member, Mia Ghulam Parwar, former member of Parliament, Secretary General of Bangladesh Jamaat-e-Islami, Professor Dr. Warisul Karim, keynote speaker, full-time faculty, Professor and SBE Dean, PhD in Corporate Financial Reporting, University of Leeds, UK, Professor Dr. H.M. Mosharraf Hussain, Professor and Chairman, Department of Finance, Dhaka University, Dr. Shibbir Ahmed, Assistant Professor of Economics at North-South University, Shamim Sarah Khan, former Additional Secretary, Ministry of Industry, Dr. Nasiruddin Ahmed, Policy Advisor, International Growth Center, former Chairman, NBR. Now, I'd like to request the Honorable keynote speaker and the panel members to have their seats on stage. I'd like to humbly request the keynote speaker and the panel members to have their seats on stage. And I'd like to repeat it again. The first one is Mia Ghulam Parwar, former Member of Parliament, Secretary General of Bangladesh Jamaat-e-Islami. Professor Dr. Waris Karim, who would be the keynote speaker of today's presentation. Full-time faculty, Professor and SB Dean, PhD in Corporate Financial Reporting, University of Leeds, UK. I'd like to request the panel members and keynote speaker to have their seats on stage. Could you please have your seats on stage? Professor Dr. H.M. Musharraf Hussain, Professor and Chairman, Department of Finance, University of Dhaka. Dr. Shibir Ahmed, Assistant Professor of Economics at Northside University, who earned his PhD in Applied Economics from Michigan State University and previously served as a postdoctoral fellow at the University of Virginia. Please, ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for the panel members and keynote speaker. Thank you. Thank you. Now, I'd like to invite Honorable Keynote Speaker, Professor Dr. Waris Karim, to deliver his keynote address. I'd like to request the audience again for having a round of applause for Dr. Waris Karim. I'd like to request Professor Dr. Waris Karim to start the presentation.
Hello everyone. Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Thank you.
Sorry for interruption. I'd like to request the audience who sit behind and stand behind. Could you please have your seats and keep silent? It would be easy for us to continue the presentation and get your attention. And the audience, you are requested to take notes while giving presentation. We'd be happy because after presentation we are going to give you floor to ask the questions directly to the presenter and panelist. So would be happy if you have your seats and little bit maintain the silence of the hall room. Thank you. I'd like to request the Dr. Waris Karim to start the presentation.
All right, assalamu alaikum everyone. A very good afternoon. My name is Waris Karim. I'm currently working at North-South University and in charge of the Dean of the School of Business and Economics. I started my career at Dhaka University as a student of finance and then as a teacher of finance. I still consider myself a student of finance and economics. I taught at different places in the world, but over the last three and a half decades, I tried to find out how best to help this country that we all love, the country that is so full of potentials, the country that has an enormous level of talent, but we do not have the right kind of, or did not have the right kind of governance, the right kind of policies. So my assignment today is to go over the economic policy, the fiscal policy, mostly tax and banking, central banks, bank independence, revenue, healthcare. So overall, the economic policy envisioned by Jamaat-e-Islami, Bangladesh Jamaat-e-Islami, and the alliance that they have formed. So I'd like to start with a newspaper this morning, just a few hours ago. It was so timely that fits today's presentation. You can see on Bonik Barta this morning, it says, 50 কোটি টাকার বেশি ব্যাংক ঋণের প্রায় অর্ধেকই এখন খেলাপি. That means any loans over 50 crore, 500 million taka, which is just over $2.5 million. Of all these loans, more than 50% are non-performing, are about to default. So this is the tip of an iceberg. The country, on the path that it traveled for the last 53 years, we consider the path to be unsustainable. The country is on the brink of collapse, on the brink of bankruptcy. We start with our vision of a prosperous country. But to have a prosperous and thriving country, we need to have a sustainable economic policy. We need to be balancing our budgets. We need to find out how best we can spend our money with whatever little money we have. So we designed a policy based on a very low tax, low VAT, but very ambitious expenditure plan. So I was glad to see Dr. Devopriya Bhattacharya here and all other economists who are here. I'd like you to take note of the apparently paradoxical policies that on the one hand we are saying that we'll reduce taxes, but on the other hand we are saying that we will increase our expenditure. So how is that possible? This is apparently paradoxical. So if we start with the overall context, you can see Bangladesh is standing, as I said, on 21 trillion taka of sovereign debt. So two of the biggest problems that the country now faces are one is sovereign debt, 21 lakh crore, 21 trillion taka, as you can see, until November 2025, of which external debt in US dollars and other currencies is $113 billion, which was just about $20 billion 15 years ago. Debt service cost, right now, debt service cost is one of the most pressing, vexing issues, 23% of our revenue budget, and it is growing. So if we look at the context, you'll see that the debt situation has a small history, that a lot of people take comfort in a apparently low tax to GDP ratio. Yes, it is not comfortable. We take comfort in a low debt to GDP. They think that it used to be about 38%, now is crossing the 40% mark. So many countries in the world have 146 or 180% of their GDP in the form of debt. But that is not the real, that doesn't diagnose the real issue, the real problem that the country is facing. The debt to revenue, on the other hand, you can see the debt to revenue, NBR revenue, on the one hand we have 21 trillion, 21 lakh koti taka, 21 trillion taka of debt, but our revenue collection is still, NBR's revenue is less than 4 trillion taka. 4 lakh koti takar cheo kom amra ekhono collect kori. And to make the things worse, the debt servicing cost. Remember, debt per se is not a big problem. Like in the US, when Obama administration took over during 2009 financial crisis, they wanted to raise their tax ceiling, and many opponents, especially Republicans, they opposed it. But Obama said that our interest rate is so low. At that time, US was able to issue bonds at only 0.75%. So 30-year bonds, 30 বছর মেয়াদি bond, only 0.75% per year. So if your debt servicing cost doesn't bother you, then you could borrow. Because he said that if we don't borrow, it would be a crime. Because we can invest it in high IRR projects, we can invest in at least 4, 5, 6, 7%, and our borrowing cost is only less than 1%. But the situation in Bangladesh is completely opposite. Here you have seen Bangladesh Bank had issued bonds at interest rates as high as 12.9%. So for us, borrowing $1 is equivalent to the US borrowing $12. This is a very important point. We can't afford to be on the path that we are on. Borrowing at 12%, and then within 6 years, your debt level is going to double within 6 years, and within 12 years, it's going to quadruple. So I think debt servicing cost is one of the more important issues that we need to be looking at. And also, debt servicing cost to tax, debt servicing cost to our GDP is very high. So debt as a whole, although low compared to many other countries, compared to GDP, I hope I could make it clear, debt is about 40% of GDP, but debt servicing cost is about 23% of our annual revenue. So if we move to our next problem, which is, we call it banking collapse, you have seen about 10 banks have been identified as seriously in trouble. 5 had to be merged into one, Jamaat-e-Islami Bank. And of those 5, there was one bank whose asset quality review, the AQR showed 98% of their loans and advances was toxic. So if you cannot collect 98%, and most of them had 40%, 60%, 70 up to 98%. So the total non-performing loan, when the last government took power, was only 22,000 crore taka, 22,000 koti taka theke, ekhon eta 6,44,000 koti taka. So it has, you need to find a new, much wider scale of calculator to find it out. In other words, from less than about 1/5 of a trillion, just remember, 1/5 of a trillion, it has become 6.45 trillion in a span of 15 years. And the more ironical, the more frustrating issue was that the country, the policymakers, the donors, the international partners have not been allowed to see the real picture because we didn't apply International Accounting Standards 9, we didn't apply the global, the International Financial Reporting Standards, IFRS, to calculate and show our real NPL, the real non-performing loan. So there was a camouflaging. It was camouflaged, people were kept in dark. So these are 2 of the biggest problems that we are now standing. So the policy that we are going to propose is on the back of these issues. And then other seriously, maybe less serious, but other more important issues, we spent on capacity charge, on so-called, that in our electricity sector, we spend a lot of money on capacity charge. Means even though the factory, the suppliers, their machines are not functioning, even if they don't do anything, we still pay for their capacity, and about 2.65 trillion taka was spent over the last 15 years. So this led to what we call massive unemployment. And just one statistic, I just picked one statistic from yesterday's, day before yesterday's newspaper. You have seen on Pratham Alo, they said that Bangladesh was employing some primary school headmasters, and for about 1,200 positions, total 7 lakh, more than 7 lakh people, educated people have applied. So for one position, remember, for one position, about double the size of this room. If we fill this room, it would be about 350 people or 300. So for each position, the total number of applicants was 627. You imagine, একটা পজিশনের জন্য 627 জন apply করছেন. এবং that is not even a coveted position. It's only a primary school headmaster position which pays roughly $140 a month. Just for my overseas friends, $140 a month job drew more than 600 applicants for each position. So the country's educated unemployment is just intolerable. I would say inexplicable. National university graduates about 10 lakh, 1 million graduates every year, and of which 600,000 become jobless. So recently, one of the vice chancellors, the National University VC, said that I am proud to be the VC of the largest university of the world, but I'm also the VC of the largest unemployed producing factory in the world. And SOE losses, we have 49 state-owned enterprises. They have chronic losses. This is again another vexing, pressing issue. SOE losses in just last fiscal year was more than 28,000 crore taka. Of course, not to mention the money laundering, 28 trillion taka, apparently, according to Dr. Debopriya's report, white paper, 28 lakh koti taka had been siphoned overseas. So the development philosophy, and I'd like to build on our previous presenter who gave an overarching development, the governance philosophy. So building on that, remember, anything that I'm going to propose over the next 10-15 minutes is contingent upon the success of a good governance, a governance with good governance, a governance based on meritocracy, a government who will be incorruptible, not only not corrupt. We're proposing a government which would be difficult to corrupt, incorruptible government. So if those assumptions hold, only under that scenario these policies could be implemented. So we assume, and not just assume, we promise an incorruptible government. We assume a welfare state, a growing, thriving, smart, but also welfare state, a state where the government, the state doesn't take their hands off the poor and the elderly. So we would like the government, the public institutions to hold hands to our orphans, to our weak and vulnerable, to those in disease, to the elderly and children and unemployed, of course. We're going to propose some smart solutions. We promise equitable, fast, as I said, growing and sustainable economy, because the current path is simply unsustainable. We're going to assure social justice and use Islamic finance tools. We're using Islamic finance institutions and instruments. We promise a digitalized economy, digital transactions. We're going to make the most use of all the digital tools available in the world and AI solutions for financial inclusion. So, of course, Mr. Alamgir has proposed an inclusive economy, inclusive growth. So to do that, you have to have complete, broader financial inclusion of everyone living in the country. The proposals are going to be business-friendly. You'll see how. Youth-friendly, women-friendly, environmentally friendly. It will be based on an exploitation or aimed at an exploitation-free society where poverty would be said goodbye, poverty would be sent on exile. So we'll not say zero poverty, but the government will try to reduce poverty to a more tolerable, reasonable level. And the long-term goal, of course, desire is to have zero poverty. We are also proposing a regionally balanced economy. As our previous speaker has said, that we propose 64 districts, all 64 districts to have 64 great towns, not just Dhaka and Chittagong, and 500 other towns around the country, involving all the upazilas, and inclusive and equitable growth that I already mentioned. So to do that, some of the very ambitious proposals, we are proposing a highest tax rate. And to any tax professional, we have Sir here, former chairman of NBR, Dr. Nasiruddin. The highest income tax in this country is going to be 19%. No Bangladeshi citizen, no one will pay more than 19% of their taxable income. This is something we'll achieve gradually. We'll not just have it in the first year. It will take some 2 years to bring it down from current 30. Right now, the highest individual tax rate is 30%. The highest corporate tax rate is exorbitantly high. 45% in some cases, 40% for some of the successful telecom companies, and 35% for others. So the corporate income tax rate is also going to be 19%. This is extremely ambitious, so I'd like you to hold your breath to see how we are going to achieve that. So both individual and corporate tax rate will be capped at 19%, one of the lowest in the world, except for Kuwait, Qatar, and some of the tax havens. So the countries where people pay taxes, I don't think you're going to find any country where you'll find more than 19% of taxes. Then VAT rate will be capped at 10%. Currently it is 15%, but there are other lower rates. So we'll not touch the lower ones. The top rate is going to be 10%. Gradual reduction will take place from the current 15 to 10. We're going to propose a smart social security card. So this is also another hallmark of this proposal. It may look just like one line. So what we're going to propose is, right now you remember, we have NID cards and we also have TIN numbers, tax identification numbers. So we propose that the current NID card will be converted into a TIN, into a tax identification number or TIN card, and together merging all the entitlements, all your healthcare, social security, safety net entitlements, every citizen will have one card. And that one card will be called whatever smart card or citizens card, but it will be a smart social security card. I'd like you to refer to other developed countries, like in the US, we have a social security card, social security number, and there is no other NBN number. In New Zealand, we have an IRD number. In Sweden, I used to work there as a visiting professor. We used to see a number called person number. So these two numbers, and NBR is struggling to have people have a TIN, although in the recent years it has gone up, but still has not gone up to the desired level. So we're going to use, we'll abandon the current TIN, and NID card, your NID card will become your TIN card, and it will merge all other features, your healthcare features. More importantly, all your health data will also be recorded there, and your entitlements, like we have got some proposals for elderly, for children, for lactating mothers, for pregnant women, for students, for women. So everything will be embedded in that one card, and it will be probably different colors. Elderly people will have one color, people under 5 will have one color, pregnant women will have one color, students will have one color. So, but it will be one card, a single card, and it will overnight. I'd like our Nasir sir to take note that overnight we'll have millions of TIN numbers. Everybody will have a TIN number, and everybody over the age of 18, everybody with an income or no income will submit a tax return. And not to mention, the lowest taxable rate, taxable amount is now 375,000 taka. We propose it to be 600,000 takas, 6 lakh taka. So anyone with a monthly income of 50,000 taka, below 50,000 will not pay any tax, no taxes. So 12 mashe 50,000 kore 6 lakh, 6 lakh taka will be your taxable threshold. But of course, there will be other deductions, investment, childcare, education, with many deductions. So I mean, millions of people will enjoy tax-free life. We have some 3 very important capital expenditure proposals. These will not be part of our revenue budget, but we have still accounted for all those. So 3 ambitious capital expenditure development proposals. One is 1 lakh crore, 1 lakh koti taka will be spent on road connectivity, roads, highways, bridges, and rivers. So over 5 years. So every year 20,000 crore will be on road connectivity and infrastructure. And very importantly, my business friends, for 3 years from 13th of February 2026, this year, you will not pay a single cent more on water, electricity and gas. You know that we have received a lot of complaints that our cost of doing business has gone up significantly. Chittagong Port has raised its tariff by 41% recently. Gas connections, water connections, electricity prices keep going up every year about 7 or 8 times in 1 year. So we know that sometimes it may be necessary because energy has to be imported. We have imported energy to use to convert it into electricity. So, but for 3 years, to give a stability, to give a breathing space to our business community, there will be a 3-year moratorium on all your utility payments. Only for industrial connections though, not for residential ones, industrial connections. So jader Kolkarkhana factory, tara eta paben. Then interest-free loans for small and marginal farmers, subject to some criteria. Qarz Hasana, one of the Islamic principles. So we use those Islamic values that for small and marginal farmers, like some financed by Grameen Bank and others, there will be interest-free loans to those. Then some business-friendly reforms, simplify licensing, one-stop digital services. These are things that, as Dr. Devopia said, that these are lofty promises that everyone says. If you look at the prospectuses of the last few, several elections, we had 12 elections already since independence. So every time we saw these promises, but no one actually stood by their promises and no one showed how. We have a policy to tackle NPLs, non-performing loans, asset management, asset quality, recovery framework, will bar chronic loan defaulters, bring back siphoned money. How we are going to do that, I'll explain soon in banking governance and banking reform. We will make all these commercial bank boards and insurance company boards and NBFI, our NBFI sector is completely destroyed. Non-bank financial institutions, none of them almost exist. Some of our pride institutions. It's heartening as a student of finance to know when we went to study finance at Dhaka University, we saw BSB, BSRS were some of our pride institutions dedicated to industrial financing. But now where are they? BSRS, BSB, they have been merged into BDBL and they are now running on rental income. They just rent their building out. It's like subletting your home, no place for your children, no place for your family, no place to study, play. You have to sublet most of your home and then live, buy your groceries from sublet income. So BSB, BSRS, ICB, they are doing it now. So we will make the boards independent, we'll bring independent directors, and I would also like to propose that the two institutions that have never seen independent directors, it takes a bold and courageous government to do that. ACC, the Dudok, Anti-Corruption Commission, and NBR will have independent directors, independent members in their board who are not from their service, who are not from civil service or from any other services. They will be independent people nominated by parliamentary committees, and then all these boards will be vetted. The board chairman, the board members will have to be vetted by the parliamentary committees. Government, the Prime Minister, we talked about decentralization, the Prime Minister or the President will not have the privilege, will reform these institutions ahead, even more than what the so-called Oikomoto Commission has proposed. There will be more institutional reform. We will focus on primarily four. We call it clan, the courts, the total judiciary, the law enforcement, the SEC, and NBR. These four institutions will have to be reformed. And once those are reformed and made independent and neutral, remember, independence alone may make them partisan, that they get a license. If I'm independent, I can do anything I like. So there must be mechanisms and systems in place to make them accountable to the people through parliament and other regulatory institutions. So these four are just the top ones, the crown, but all statutory institutions, BTRC, BRTC, all like UGC, the Special Election Commission. You have seen what Election Commission did 24 hours ago, or 36 hours ago. They allowed all these loan defaulters to contest in elections. So that is against the policy that we are going to propose. You can never get rid of non-performing loans if you allow them at the highest level of government, because once you become an MP, you can be a Prime Minister. So technically this Election Commission, on which the people of this country, the martyrs, the 1400 martyrs, and the martyrs of our liberation war, everybody entrusted a role of governing this country, of choosing people who would govern. They have betrayed with the spirit of liberation war and the spirit of July Revolution. I want to say it unequivocally as Warisul Karim. I'm not saying it on behalf of these policies, but I'm sure everyone in this room echoes my sentiment that it is not the prerogative of the Election Commission or any of the election commissioners to use their personal feelings that maaf kore diye and please, we're sorry, we have to approve you with a heavy heart, but please pay back the loan. This is not how it works. It is not your money, sir. It is people's money, and we are now drowning. We are drowning with more than 6 lakh crore taka of non-performing loan, and you have the guts to sit at that office in Shermangla Nagar with our money. The air that you are breathing, the water that you are drinking is our money, is my children's money, my students' money, my parents' money. And you are saying that doya kore loan ta shudh kore diyan. So I don't think Constitution or common sense allows you that prerogative. Anyway, so this is the spirit with which we like the Jamaat leaders to look at these policies. These are not just paper. You cannot implement any of these unless you have governance changes, because governance has bred corruption. My previous speaker said that power breeds corruption and absolute power breeds absolute corruption. We just didn't have absolute power. We had absolute, unbridled, unaccounting power. We had almost omnipotent power. And one of the late parliamentarians of Awami League, Mr. Suranjit Sengupta, he said that the Prime Minister of this country, and he actually mentioned Sheikh Hasina's name, he said that she has the power. She cannot just alter your gender. She cannot change a man into a woman and a woman into a man, but she can do anything other than that. So we don't want a Prime Minister to have omnipotent power. We want Prime Minister and every minister and every members of the Parliament to be serving the people who elected them, because they are representatives. It's like you sending me to buy your lunch, and I must buy the lunch that you assigned me, that you mandated. Anyway, so our banking reform will come on the back of those independent boards. We'll make sure that Bangladesh Bank is independent and neutral and accountable. So mere independence is not going to be allowed to you. You'll be made accountable, and there will be no blanket bailouts. No bailouts at all. There is, of course, as you can see, SME and startup. So now education, jobs, youth and education. This is another big piece of our policy. And I want you to go home with this good news that will offer interest-free loans to our graduates, because when my daughter was graduating in May of 2016, she was nervous. We are nervous as parents that what is she going to do? And this is one of the most nerve-wracking times of a student. When we lived in residential halls, we didn't know after graduation what we would be doing. I was lucky enough to have a job offer, but most of us do not. We want our students not to live in despair. If you don't have a place to live, if you don't have your parents living in Dhaka city, then you know that what it means, what it feels to be leaving your hall of residence where you lived for like last 4 or 5 years almost with no rent. So we want to offer them 10,000 taka free loans to graduates, but this is not just free money handing over. We'll call it skill recalibration scholarship. Skill recalibration stipend. It means there will be very strict criteria. They have to meet those. They have to get enrolled in some skill building training, maybe a master's, maybe another degree, maybe some other training, vocational or occupational. They may want to change their occupation. A student, one of my daughters, say graduating with a social science or arts degree, she might want to learn nursing. Someone might want to do from engineering to computing or computing to photography. So they may want to recalibrate their skills. Anyway, so it will be not for everyone, about 500,000 youth. We know about, the 23 লক্ষ মানুষ প্রতি বছর job market enter করে. 2.3 million people, youth, they enter the job market, and only about 1 million jobs, and of which I say not more than 23,000 decent jobs. 23,000টাও ডিসেন্ট জবস নেই। বিসিএস এ 3 থেকে 4,000, বাংলাদেশ ব্যাংকের সহকারী পরিচালক অ্যাবাউট 80-90 জন, 100 জন, কয়টা কমার্শিয়াল ব্যাংক কতজন নেয়? ম্যানেজমেন্ট ট্রেনিং অফিসার 35 to 40, খুব বেশি হলে অনেক ব্যাংক তো কাউকে না জানিয়ে you don't get to know when they recruit. So 23,000টাও আমার মনে হয় ওভারস্টেটমেন্ট, আমি ক্যালকুলেট করি নাই, কিন্তু আমার কথা হচ্ছে 23 লক্ষ মানুষের জন্য 23,000 জব ইজ নট গুড এনাফ। ফুড প্যান্ডার, খাবার ডেলিভারি, বাইং হাউস, আটা, ময়দা, সুজি, এগুলো ডেলিভার করার জন্য আমরা ইউনিভার্সিটিতে গ্র্যাজুয়েট করি না। 23 লক্ষ মানে যুবক যুবতীর জন্য there is no hope. So we are living a futureless society, a futureless future for them. We don't want that to happen. So আমরা তাদেরকে বলতে চাই যে if you qualify, if you meet those criteria, there is a scholarship for you for 2 years. We'll give you some sustenance support. But this will be loan. This will not be free money. Then merit-based student loans. That's the first one is after graduation. Then the second one is while you are still at the university. So for high-performing students, the ones whose job is almost guaranteed, say CGPA of 3.8 or above, or 3.5 and above, and upon the recommendation of the head of the institution, আপনার ডিপার্টমেন্ট চেয়ার অথবা ভাইস চ্যান্সেলর অথবা আপনার যিনি প্রিন্সিপাল, ওনার বেসড অন হিজ অর হার রেকমেন্ডেশন আমরা কয়েক হাজার স্টুডেন্টকে, এখানে 10,000 স্টুডেন্টকে, কারণ আই ওয়াজ ওয়ান অফ দেম। আমরা 4টা টিউশনি করে আমাদেরকে মাস্টার্সের সময় পড়ালেখা করতে হয়েছে, এক একটা এসএম হল থেকে সেই রামপুরা, এসএম হল থেকে মোহাম্মদপুর, এসএম হল থেকে শান্তিনগর। এটা যাতে আমার কন্যা, আমার পুত্র, আমার ভাই বোনদের করতে না হয়। যদি তারা মেধাবী হয়, এটা উইল স্টার্ট ফ্রম দেয়ার ফোর্থ ইয়ারে, কারণ 1 বছর পরই তারা জব পাবে। এরপর যদি এটা সাকসেসফুল হয়, 3rd ইয়ার, 2nd ইয়ার, 1st ইয়ার, তো 4 বছরের জন্য এরকম মাত্র 1 লক্ষ স্টুডেন্টকে, তো খুব বেশি দেওয়া যাবে না। দে হ্যাভ টু বি হাই পারফর্মিং, এমন দোজ ওয়ান্স যাদের চাকরি পাওয়া অলমোস্ট সার্টেন, সো দ্যাট তারা চাকরি পাওয়ার পর সেই টাকাটা আমরা ফেরত পাই। গভর্নমেন্ট উইল অনলি হ্যাভ টু টপ আপ। 5 বছর পর সেই টাকা আমরা ফেরত পাওয়া শুরু করবো, লাইক ইন দ্য ইউএস। অফকোর্স দেয়ার উইল বি মিলিয়ন্স অফ ডলার্স অফ নন পারফর্মিং লোন দেয়ার টু। আমেরিকার ইস্যু আছে, আদার দেশেও আছে। আমি মনে করি গভর্নমেন্টের বাজেট থেকে শুধুমাত্র দে উইল টপ আপ, জাস্ট দ্য ইনফ্লেশন অ্যাডজাস্টমেন্ট করবে, আর যে নট পারফর্মিং পার্টটা তারা পে করবে। বাট আমরা আশা করি যেহেতু আমরা খুব ভালো স্টুডেন্টদেরকে দেবো, দিস ইজ নট ইউনিভার্সাল। ইন দ্য ইউএস দে মেক ইট ইউনিভার্সাল, নিউজিল্যান্ড, অস্ট্রেলিয়া, UK দে মেক ইট ইউনিভার্সাল student allowance. We are not proposing any allowance. We are proposing loans. একটা অ্যালাউন্স আছে এরপর। দেন 1 লাখ কোটি টাকা, 1 লাখ crore টাকা on educational infrastructure. This is another significant piece of our policy. আমরা বর্তমানে যেটা জাতীয় বিশ্ববিদ্যালয় যেটা আপনি দেখেন, the one you see as national university, the one which has about 4 million students. It has thousands of colleges. আমরা এটাকে reorganize করব। How? We are going to separate the top tier colleges. Our top tier, Carmichael, BM College, Victoria College, Dhaka College, Bogda Azizul Haq College, Pabna Edward College. So these top tier colleges will be converted into standalone universities. Listen to this. So there will be some 50 new universities, but they will be great institutions because Dhaka College is older than Dhaka University. And we are keeping Dhaka College as a national university. Not a lot of people take pride in graduating from national university. Because সেখানে সবচেয়ে ভালো ভালো কয়েকটা কলেজ আছে, আবার like Notre Dame College সেখানে, Holy Cross College সেখানে, Eden College সেখানে, Dhaka College is part of national university. We want the top tier ones to become standalone universities, and then the second tier গুলো will leave them under the current national university. And সেখানে সবার একটা pathway থাকবে, যারা 2-year degree করে, even if you do a 2-year BA become BSc, they will have a pathway to go to another university to complete their 3rd and 4th years, like in the model of United States community colleges. সেখানে 2 বছর you do 2 years at a community college, then based on some criteria, if you can fulfill those, you can get to top regular universities. So এখানে 1 লক্ষ টাকা, 1 লক্ষ কোটি টাকা আমাদের budget for 5 years to transform those universities. We have land is already there, professors are there, buildings are there, classrooms are there. We just need to modernize those infrastructure. We need to invest in labs. We need to invest in classrooms, in bathrooms. And one point I'm so tempted to share with you that recently Pratham Alo was publishing pieces on these great colleges, and at one of those colleges, I think Ananda Mohan, they said they have 42,000. Listen to this, 42,000 students at a college, and only one hostel for 120 people, and only 3 bathrooms, 3 washrooms for 42,000 students. This is not acceptable. This is not Bangladesh. This is not any decent country. So we like to invest in hygiene, in classrooms, in making them modern. And then another part of the university, and there was a signature promise. Jamaat-e-Islami is excited about it. Our sisters and daughters will be excited. We are going to create world's largest women university, combining Eden College, Badrunessa College, and Home Economics College. These 3 colleges are in one location, at a very prime location, so we don't need a single square inch of land. আগে গত কয়েক বছর ধরে গভর্নমেন্টগুলো they established more than 54 universities with কতগুলো চরাঞ্চলে, যেমন নোয়াখালীর যেখানে কলেজ হয়েছে এখানে কিছুই ছিল না। এরকম আমরা নো ম্যানস ল্যান্ডে ইউনিভার্সিটি করতে চাই না, যেখানে অলরেডি উই হ্যাভ ল্যান্ড, ভেরি এক্সপেন্সিভ ল্যান্ড ঢাকা শহরের মধ্যে, ইডেন কলেজ, বদ্রনেসা এবং হোম ইকোনমিক্স কলেজ। উই আর গোনা কম্বাইন দোজ and make the world's largest women university. We'll invest money on. So part of our 1 lakh crore taka will go there. Then we'll triple. We promise to triple our remittance because the previous speaker said that we now send unskilled laborers, our laborers, at Abu Dhabi airport, Dubai airport, you see them cleaning bathrooms. We want skilled laborers. You understand skilled laborers. So there will be, you go to a police station, you are going to see skilled policemen. You have firefighters, you are going to have educated, good character, skilled firefighters. So everyone working, every citizen will be a skilled, educated Bangladeshi as we aspire. So that's what we call intellectual remittance, means educated, remittance from educated workforce. We'll have women-friendly workforce because, have we said this? Women, education for women from class 1 to highest level at public institutions will be free. No girl, no woman will pay a single taka of tuition fee at public institutions in Bangladesh. I don't think we need to explain things that are more or less self-explanatory. Then healthcare, another big piece. I'm so proud to be able to present these things for my country. You know, I'm a professor. I'm taking a huge personal risk, you could say, to come and join on the podium of a political party. But I thought that these are the policies that our country deserves. So what do we propose? We proposed every 60-year older and above, everyone at the age of 60 and above will enjoy free health care for everyone. After about the moment you are 60, like in the US, at 65, so 60 and above will have free health care, and every child under 5 years of age will have free health care. Cost, I wish Devopriya was here, and I still hope he is. So we're going to show how we make money for that. So Mone Rakhben, the desire, Jamaat's desire is to have universal health care. পৃথিবীর অনেক দেশে সবচেয়ে সভ্য দেশগুলোতে ইউনিভার্সাল হেলথ কেয়ার আছে। আমাদের দেশেও টেকনিক্যালি ঢাকা মেডিকেল কলেজে আপনি 10 টাকা দিয়ে একটা টিকিট করে আপনি চিকিৎসা পেতে পারেন, কিন্তু ইউ নো হোয়াট দ্য কন্ডিশন অফ আওয়ার হসপিটাল। তো আমরা 60 অ্যান্ড অ্যাবাভ প্রত্যেককে ওই যে স্মার্ট কার্ড থাকবে, সেখানে ওনার কার্ডের আলাদা কালার হবে, he or she they will be entitled to free health care, and any child under the age of 5, জন্ম থেকে 5 বছর পর্যন্ত free health care. And for women, you know, Dilarapa asked about women, that why haven't we Jamaat nominated any woman? But see this, for the country that you liberated with millions of people's sacrifices, supreme sacrifices. We propose that for every mother, as soon as they figure out that they're pregnant, for all pregnant women during pregnancy and during lactating periods, a total 1,000 days, their primary health care will be free. Primary health care for all women carrying a baby up to 2 years during lactating period and during their pregnancy, they will enjoy free health care. We're going to propose 64, not that propose, we are committed to building these 64 state-of-the-art hospitals in 64 districts. In some cases, there are hospitals already. If there is one, we'll modernize it. We don't need to acquire more land, because land grab, we are a country of land scarcity. We don't have a lot of land. So the hospitals that are already there, they will be modernized into modern state-of-the-art hospitals. You will not see dysfunctional health system. You will not see dysfunctional equipment. So we have budget for that, 1 lakh crore taka. So about 64 hospitals. It's an estimated budget for 5 years. So this is part of ADP. You know, Bangladesh has, even this year, Bangladesh total ADP is 2 lakh koti taka. Kintu you don't feel it, because in both the 40-50% corrupt hoye jay. So we can do that. We can only do that, as I already mentioned, that none of this is possible unless we can eradicate corruption. So you'll have to get rid of corruption. You'll have to get rid of fascism. You know, Alamgir Bhai has said that a free and fair election, but with the current election commission, I'm not sure whether you can have that. But we have seen in this country many election commissions to betray with the faith of the people. We don't want the current one to do the same. But if we could achieve that, then we would be able to deliver on those promises. You can see, we talked about independent bodies, meritocracy. Of course, every appointment will be based on merit, and top level appointments will have parliamentary vetting. And I already mentioned about SCC, NBR, judiciary, PSC, and their independence. We're very close. So the projected expenditure, now the crunch. How are you going to pay for it? These are lofty. I heard the word lofty. Lofty promises. It's easy to say that I'm going to build another Taj Mahal for you. I'm going to take you all over the world. I'll go to the Alps to bring the most white diamond for you. So the total expenditure for this, you can see lost revenue for minimum taxable income. Remember, 3,75,000 থেকে 6 lakh. So there will be some lost revenue, 400. These are all amounts in crore taka. So just to save space. So 400 koti taka lost revenue for minimum taxable income. Flat VAT will lose the most because VAT is currently the biggest source of revenue. 42,000 registered direct tax. Everybody pays it. Rich or poor, everybody pays it. We want it to be progressive. So VAT pressure, আমি আশা করি নাসির স্যার বলবেন, VAT থেকে আমরা will offload some of the pressure. So 42,000 টাকা সেখানে আমরা লুজ করব revenue. Then abolition of VAT on baby food. I forgot to say that. Mothers, notice this. Baby food will be VAT free all over the country forever. কেউ আর নতুন করে এটা ইম্পোজ করতে পারবে না। এবং আমি আশা করব আজকে যে পলিসি, it is not just Jamaat's policy. It is citizens' policy. It's a charter of citizens. It's a charter of freedom. If anyone can come and implement this or better, I'm sure Jamaat will say, we'll go home. We don't need to do politics. We don't need to be wasting or investing our time and sweat to do the things that someone else is doing better. So if someone can match it or do better, then would like them to implement. This is policy open for everyone. Anyone can imitate it and implement. Anyway, so free healthcare for people over 60. You remember I made that promise. So shekhane jabe 37,500. Free healthcare for children under 5. Another 13,000. So things are not, life is expensive and free healthcare is one of the most expensive things in the world. Free primary healthcare for expecting women. 15,000 crore to 18,000 crore. We estimated the upper limit. Free universal education for women. Remember, আপনার বোন কন্যা যদি কারো ইভেন প্রাপ্ত বয়স্ক কেউ যদি পড়তে আসেন সেই মা, তার জন্য যে খরচ সেখানে 5,000 কোটি টাকা আমরা অ্যালোকেট করছি। স্কিল রিক্যালিব্রেশন স্কলারশিপ, যেটা বলেছিলাম, স্কিল রিক্যালিব্রেশন স্কলারশিপে খরচ হবে 15,600। স্টুডেন্ট অ্যালাউন্স প্রত্যেককে, এটা আগে বলা হয় না যে প্রত্যেক স্টুডেন্ট subject to satisfying some criteria, they will have এখানে criteria মানে parents income, it will be income tested, means tested and asset tested. সেখানে আমরা প্রত্যেক স্টুডেন্ট, এটা বলা হয় প্রত্যেক স্টুডেন্ট যে কোনো ইউনিভার্সিটি মানে ফ্রম দ্য এজ অফ 18 অনওয়ার্ডস তারা 3,000 টাকা করে সরকারি স্টুডেন্ট অ্যালাউন্স পাবে। যদি পুয়ার হয়, যদি এতিম হয়, আপনারা জানেন যে কোরআন শরীফ বলেছে যে ইউ হ্যাভ টু লুক আফটার ইয়োর মিসকিন, ইয়াতিম, গরিব, আপনার প্যারেন্টস, ইয়োর চিলড্রেন। সো the God's commandments to Bani Israel. So আপনারা দেখেছেন সেখানে আমরা তাদের জন্য তাদের পাশে দাঁড়াবো, কারণ অনেকে আছে সে নারী, সে টিউশন করতে পারে না এবং ইটস নট এ লট অফ মানি। আপনার এখানে অনেকের একটা ব্রেকফাস্টের জন্য আমরা ইন্টারকন্টিনেন্টালে উই পে অ্যাবাউট 11,000 টাকা ফর এ বুফে ব্রেকফাস্ট। সো সেখানে আমরা মাত্র 3,000 টাকা প্রমিস করছি এবং কোথেকে আনবো সেটা আপনাদের একটু পরে দেখাচ্ছি। and that will be the end of our presentation. Educational infrastructure, remember আমরা বলেছি 1 lakh crore over 5 years, so that comes down to 20,000 in the first year. And likewise for years 4 and 5. Building other infrastructure, ওই যে রোড কানেক্টিভিটি বলেছিলাম সেখানে 1 লক্ষ কোটি, তার জন্য 20,000 কোটি। এর চেয়ে বেশি কিন্তু কারেন্টলি খরচ করে অনেক সময়, প্রতি বছর 2 লাখ কোটি টাকার এডিপি, ওটা অন্য কোথায় যায়। আজকে দেখলেন পদ্মা ব্যারেজের জন্য যে ফার্স্ট ফেজেই 32,000 কোটি টাকা। আমাদের মানে থার্ড টার্মিনাল বসে আছে, কাজ হচ্ছে না, আপনি জানেন কিনা কত হাজার কোটি টাকা। সো সেখানে 20,000 কোটি। হসপিটালগুলো আমরা বলেছিলাম there are 3 promises of 1 lakh crore each, সেখান থেকে 20 এখানে 60,000 কোটি। So total estimated cost for the first 5 years is going to be 223, but from year 6 onwards it আরো 60,000 করে কমবে, কারণ আমরা will not keep doing it every year. So the actual expenditure is not going to be as much. মনে রাখবেন। So 223 is the maximum limit for the first 5 years, and even এটাও কিন্তু আমরা immediately অনেকগুলো, because আমরা phase wise করব অনেকগুলো, যেমন scholarships and others। আপনি ওভারনাইট 12 তারিখে যদি জামাত ইসলামী ক্ষমতায় আসে, 10 দলীয় জোট, 11 দলীয় জোট ক্ষমতায় আসে, আপনি 13 তারিখে কিন্তু 19% ট্যাক্স হতে পাবেন না। ইট উইল বি গ্র্যাজুয়ালি ডেলিভার্ড। বাট কিভাবে করবো আমরা ম্যাক্সিমাম লিমিট বলেছি এটা। রেভিনিউ কোথেকে আসবে টাকাটা? সিপিডি, দেবপ্রিয় দাদের সংগঠন, প্রিয় সংগঠন, সিপিডি বলেছে যদি শুধু ট্যাক্স লুপ হোলস, বাংলাদেশে যদি শুধু এনবিআর এর দুর্নীতি কমানো যায়, ট্যাক্স লুপ হোলস যদি বন্ধ করা যায়, তাহলে 1,05,000 100,000 to 200,000 crore taka save extra revenue kora possible. I spoke with some of NBR members, my friends who just retired from NBR as members, sir erstwhile colleagues, অনেকের সাথে আমরা এটা ভেটিং করেছি, তারা বলেছে বাংলাদেশের ট্যাক্স রেভিনিউ ক্যান বি ডাবল অর ট্রিপল, 2 থেকে 3 গুণ ট্যাক্স রেভিনিউ করা যায় উইদাউট ইনক্রিজিং এনি ট্যাক্স রেটস। আর ইফ ইউ রিডিউস ট্যাক্স রেটস, আপনি ভার্টিক্যালি না বেড়ে যদি হরিজন্টালি এক্সপ্যান্ড করেন, if you go for horizontal expansion of your tax base, then that will give you even more money. এবং I refer to one shadow budget once announced by Bangladesh Economic Association, বাংলাদেশ অর্থনীতি সমিতি। আপনারা জানেন যে সেই সংগঠনটি জামাতের সংগঠন না, সেটার প্রধান ছিলেন অধ্যাপক আবুল বারকাত, সাধারণ সম্পাদক ছিলেন ডক্টর জামাল উদ্দিন। বারকাত স্যার এবং জামাল উদ্দিন স্যার ওনারা বলেছেন যে 28 লক্ষ কোটি টাকা রেভিনিউ কালেকশন করা সম্ভব। ইটস অন পেপার। So we don't need 28 lakh crore. We need only 1 or 2 lakh crore. এবং কিভাবে আসছে দেখুন আপনি। So we are going to, because আমরা বলেছি the big assumption there is that there will be good governance. There will be an incorruptible government. There will be a free and independent and accountable and neutral NBR and SEC. So আপনাকে যদি NBR হয়রানি করে আপনি কোর্টে যাবেন, কোর্ট আপনাকে জামিন দেবে। আপনি যদি হয়রানি করেন গভর্নমেন্টকে, NBR will go to courts and courts আপনাকে টেক কেয়ার করবে। সো কোনো এখানে আমরা আশা করি গ্র্যাজুয়ালি ট্যাক্স লুপ হোলস কমানো যাবে, ওভারনাইট করা যাবে না। তো সেখান থেকে লোয়ার লিমিট ইজ 1,105, আপার লিমিট ইজ 2 লাখ ক্রোড়। আমরা অ্যাকাউন্ট করেছি অনলি লোয়ার লিমিট, উই আর বিং কনজারভেটিভ। সো সেখান থেকে আসবে 1 লাখ কোটি টাকা। এফিসিয়েন্সি গেইন, বিকজ আমরা মেরিটোক্রেসি প্রমিস করছি, there will be efficiency gains, the country will be more effective, the government will be effective, we are going to have a slightly, maybe no smaller, or maybe the government unbridled growth হবে না গভর্নমেন্টের, everybody will be effective and efficient. So efficiency gain আসবে 40,000 টাকা। আর গ্রোথ আমরা প্রমিস করেছি যদি 1% বেশি করা যায়, রিমেম্বার লাস্ট বাজেট আমরা এবার ওয়ার্ল্ড ব্যাংক বলেছে 4.6%, যদি জাস্ট 1 percentage point, if you can increase the current growth estimates by 1 percentage point, you can have an extra 40,000 crore taka from there. So we expect the kind of packages, a package, and if you could implement it, of course the growth is going to be double digit, I can promise. And you can work out, any economist is going to agree that if based on those ifs, because as economists, they have a lot of assumptions. If those assumptions are fulfilled, then of course the growth is going to be double digit. But we calculated only 1 extra percentage point. সেখান থেকে আসবে 40,000 crore. And modest efficiency improvement of SOEs, সেখান থেকে মাত্র 3 থেকে 4,000 কোটি। And also we're going to restructure, এটা এখানে লেখা নেই, restructure the current debt. আমরা যে 12% 13% এর যে ডেটগুলো আছে, এগুলো আমরা ডায়াসপোরা বন্ড ইস্যু করবো। আমাদের দ্য বাংলাদেশিজ লিভিং ওভারসিজ and earning almost no interest on their savings. আমেরিকাতে ইন্টারেস্ট রেট কম। So we are going to issue diaspora bonds of billions of dollars, এবং সেখান থেকে we'll reclassify the current high interest paying debt into low interest paying debt, এবং সেখান থেকে আমাদের সেভিং আসবে 33,000 কোটি টাকা estimated. So total money coming back is, lower limit is 221, upper limit is over 3 lakh crore. How can you achieve that? You can achieve that if you can ensure these 4-5 good governance, if institutions are reformed, and so আমাদের ওই যে হা ভোট, যে ইয়েস ভোটের কথা বলেছেন মিস্টার আলমগীর, we will have to promise and we will have to convene, invite everyone to execute the reforms, to approve the reforms, and our reform proposal goes even further. The SEC, the ঐক্যমত্য Commission, couldn't achieve a lot of reform proposals because of political differences, because of political necessity to have political negotiation. But if you have a government, whoever wins, then the government will have the legitimacy and leverage to do more reforms if they want, more people-oriented reforms. Then private sector-led export and export-oriented growth, financial, of course, I don't think we need to explain these. Then you can see an economy rooted in justice, Islamic principle of adl. Allah Pak adesh diyechen, adl and ihsan, so সদাচরণ, সুবিচার এবং সদাচরণ, opportunity and responsibility for a post-uprising reform seeking Bangladesh. Thank you all very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Warisul Karim, for your valuable insights. Now, I'd like to proceed to the panel discussion. Due to the shortage of time, I'd like to request our panel members to give a short remarks about the presentation. I'd like to go with Dr. Shibir Ahmed, Assistant Professor of Economics at North South University, and then one by one, if you could go with it. So please, Dr. Shabir Ahmed.
Working? Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Warisul Karim, for a wonderful presentation. I think it will be better if we can have some questions from the audience. I just thank to the presenter and thanks Jamaat-e-Islami for wonderful economic policy and for inviting me as a panelist. I'm very excited about the education program Jamaat-e-Islami is planning for the country, and this is wonderful to have students loan the loans for the graduates, interest-free loans for the graduate instead of just giving some unemployment allowances. So and also proposing an world largest women university. It will tremendously help our women, young women particularly. So I will not take much time. I would love to hear your questions, and that would be better, I think, since the... Want to say something, sir?
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. This is Dr. Isam Musharraf Hussain, Professor Chairman, Finance at Dhaka University. Political system, legal system, economic system, administrative system, and education system is the main structure of a country. But unfortunately, in our country, all these major structures have been destroyed fully during last 54 years since our independence. As a finance professor, this is my theoretical and practical experience that in our country, basically, there is no practice of any political system, though we are claiming we are a democratic country, but there is no practice of democracy, only we practice autocracy and fascists like this. But in economic system, though we claim we are in liberal economy, market economy, but in practice, we are basically command or government controlled economy. In legal system, we have lot of laws, but main problem is there is no application, no compliance of law. So, Mr. Warisul Karim has focused on many areas, and his emphasizes on basically financial corruption. So, there are two types of corruption, financial and non-financial. But in our country, it's severe level, the non-financial corruption. We don't focus on that. We have also professional corruption. Non-financial, that means as a nation, we are not sincere, not committed, not punctual to our duties, responsibilities. We hold many top positions. We have duties, but we don't perform our duties. We don't fear Almighty Allah. So we enter the office, but we don't give our efforts for our development office work for the development of the country. So we know the event of old women and her daughter in the regime of Khalifa Hazrat Umar about the conversation between their responsible duties. But because we don't have firm belief on Almighty Allah, we don't believe that after death there will be the Qiyamah. For the reason, actually we are a nation like a blood cancer patient. I think we are a nation like a patient admitted into CCU. Because during last 16 months, I have been performing as director of 3D companies in our country. I have identified 92 different types of illegal and unethical transactions in a company. That's unimaginable for a human being. This is out of our brain that how directors can take fund from a company in such different way. So, like it's depositors have deposited their money in banks, but amount has not been credited to customers' account. Amount have been taken away by the directors, by the chairman. This type of unexpected events have been incurred in our country. So, not only financial corruption also, we should focus on non-financial corruption also. Actually, we need ethical people, we need honest people. So the most important problem in our country, lack of transparency, honesty and integrity. In our country, also in other parties, my empirical result from a research that there is significant level income and resource inequality in our country. 20% people of our country holds 80% resource assets income of our country, whereas only 80% people holds rest 20%. So we should focus on this income inequality. That means there should be a balanced distribution of our resources. So I humbly urge to the Jamaat-e-Islami Bangladesh, if they will be in power by the Almighty Allah grace, then they should focus on this area. In our country, there are liquidity problems at a significant level. Banking sector is the backbone of an economy of a country. But nowadays, our banks only can sanction loan, but they cannot disburse the loan because there is no fund available with them. Because we know most of the funds have been taken away from our country outside area. So most of the banks and non-bank are in negative equity. That means their liabilities more than their assets. So it's very difficult for us to come out from this. So I urge the Muslim to think about the startup business as well as employment creation, not from industries, mainly from the small funding from government side to the poor people. Another part is we should focus on the fund taken away by our top crime political parties to other countries. So they should develop the foreign policy, how the fund can be returned back to our country. So with this, I want to conclude my speech. Thanks. Allah Hafiz. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you. I'd like to request the other panel members to make your comments as short as possible due to the shortage of time. Could you please?
1 minute. Assalamu alaikum. I thank Professor Wasil Karim for excellent presentation. Actually, I would like to focus on taxation issues. He has correctly mentioned the low rates, fair taxation, all these are very important. But since I worked at the NBR as a chairman and also Anti-Corruption Commission, I know where the real shoe pinches actually. So, but I don't have time. Only thing I can say, please, the laws, just how the government runs actually. I'm sorry, I worked for the government for 37 years. A very important position all over, but ad hoc basis policy making, not evidence-based policy making. Little ownership, I should not say no ownership, little ownership. So then how we can expect good policy from them? So actually the 2023 Income Tax Act, it was passed in the Parliament within a very short time, little consultation, no research, a full Income Tax Act. Yeah, so what you can expect? Minimum tax, lot of problems are there. We found out. So, the rates are, in corporate tax there are as many as 10 rates, very high. So he has correctly mentioned that this should be reduced. And I worked with the NBR reform committee and we suggested those things. And also VAT. VAT is very, there are many, 7 VAT rates and 15% is too much. So this should be rationalized. But I request that there should be some study, simulation, whatever it may be, then decision can be taken, not ad hoc. Nothing should be ad hoc basis. And you see, teen bin, taxation, there is a teen number, for VAT bin number. Why these two? Why we can't link with NIT? So these things can be very simple. So there are many points I would have raised, but he has already mentioned that only 1 minute, I have already crossed that. And finally, what Professor Wasil Karim did not mention or may not be his experience is that tax administration. You see, we suggested separation of tax policy from tax administration. But what happened? Shut down, NBR people didn't want it. It was not done properly. What we suggested, and it was done in a different way. So this is very important. Tax administration should be streamlined. How to ensure integrity, full automation, but that is not happening because the integrity is a major problem. And since I thank the Jamaat-e-Islami Bangladesh for their organizing this, there is a political settlement. There is a nexus among some taxpayers, big taxpayers, tax collectors by NBR officials, and some political people. So that is a win-win situation at the cost of government exchequer. And I know because I worked there, but we could not do that. That was our failure. So please, we have to look into the matter. I assure you there are some structural issues. We can increase taxation from digital economy. He has mentioned about the potential sources of taxes. So we can do that. So if I had more time, I could make a detailed presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. Good morning to all. Inna alhamdulillah, wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillah. I thanked Professor Warisul Karim regarding economy, business and investment for a well presentation. On behalf of Bangladesh Jamaat-e-Islami, I sincerely thank our respected panelists, presenters and all participants for their thoughtful insight and constructive engagement in this important session on the economy. Your reflections have enriched this discussion and strengthened our collective understanding of the challenges and opportunities before us. Today's dialogue reaffirms that Bangladesh needs a just, transparent, and private sector-led economic system that creates jobs for our youth, protects the vulnerable, rewards merit, and restores integrity to our institutions. The ideas shared here will directly inform the refinement and implementation of our economic roadmap. With unity, honesty, and competent leadership, we are confident that Bangladesh can move towards an economy rooted in justice, opportunity, and shared prosperity. Thank you all once again, and may Allah guide us in serving the people and the nation. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you very much. Now, dear participants, due to the shortage of time, we'd like to humbly request you to ask only 2 questions. And if you have any more questions, suggestions, or feedback, you are kindly requested to send your questions, messages, or any feedbacks to the email address of Amir Jamaat of Bangladesh Jamaat-e-Islami that we are trying to show it on the screen, or we'll give it later, inshallah. So we'll just take 2 short questions due to the shortage of time. The first one, please. Only 2 questions. We're really sorry for not taking more than that. Wait a second. I think, yeah, our volunteers is going to be there. Wait a second.
Hello, sir.
No, could you press? We have the one. Yeah, first.
All right, yeah. Assalamu alaikum. I'm Masood Kobir from BJME Standing Committee Chairman, PR and Publicity. Thanks for presentation. I have two questions especially. You know, there is the LDC graduation is coming on, and there are the big factor for RMG sector. There are the 84% foreign currency earning from here. So whatever your preparation and youth position in LDC graduation, where most of the businessmen and industrymen are asking for the 3 years exemption and 3 years extension on it. Second question is, you have already mentioned there is the NPL is high, our ease of doing business is very narrow, our bank interest is extremely high. How you will define and you will your position to encourage the new investment? There is there is zero FDI in Bangladesh at the present. So what is your preparation and your addressing to new investment and sustain in the existing business? My last question, there are always every government in last 15 years is they have some package in budget, then they are always emphasizing in black money into white. So you already explained there is the huge corrupted money in looting and transferring from our country. So what is your position once Jamaat will be coming to power? So what is their position that kalo taka sadat korar tader policy ki thakbe? Thank you very much.
Thank you for the question.
Is the microphone working? I think it is. Is it working? First of all, our policy, you can see it's a whole package. It's not just export-based policy. So LDC graduation is going to affect our exports to some extent. We, even at individual level, I've been advocating LDC graduation deferment by at least 3 years. So we have been part of a team who have advocated this. So we met with BGMEA and the finance advisors, and on one occasion, 3 advisors together. So I think, I cannot speak on behalf of Jamaat, but I believe Jamaat also is aligned with the policy of deferring LDC graduation by 3 years. Second, the policy, our package is more contingent upon investing in home. We wanted to invest in our education, in our health, in our infrastructure. So we are going to be investing in our women, our daughters, as I said, that you have never seen in the last 54 years a policy that can celebrate womanhood, I would say, that can celebrate studenthood, that can celebrate youth through policies than just by words of mouth. So if this policy is implemented, and as I said, it's a package, unless the top is fixed, unless governance is fixed, then nothing else. So if governance is fixed, if Bangladesh Bank can become more independent and neutral, if commercial bank boards, NBFI boards, insurance company boards, and even other public interest entities, I didn't mention, PIEs as classified by Financial Reporting Council. So all these public interest entities, the sector corporations, if all those are made independent, neutral, efficient, accountable, then of course you'll see growth. And the answer lies in, I have to warn the nation, my country, that there is a tsunami coming up. If the current debt level grows, I missed that part, at just 10% for 10 years, in 2035, you'll see total sovereign debt of, if it grows by just 10%, you'll see it to go to 54 trillion taka. 54 লক্ষ কোটি টাকা হবে আমাদের debt in 2035. And if beyond that, if it grows by just the inflation rate, only inflation adjustment, if you do 7% growth, then in 2050 you're going to see a total loan of 149 trillion taka. So we, even at 5%, at a weighted average rate of 5%, assuming overseas debt carries only 0% and domestic debt carries 10%, which is, of course, the most conservative that you can be, because no one is going to lend you money for 10% or 0%. But even if that is the case, then a weighted average of 5% will wipe out all the budgetary allocations, all the tax that NBR can collect. So we'll have to get rid of our debt. Some of high interest debt, we said we're going to reclassify some of it and issue diaspora bonds, and of course borrow from our friends in Qatar, in Kuwait, in many other countries, and we can have international, we can have low interest overseas debt as well. On other thing that you said, also how we attract foreign FDI. FDI has been zero, and you have seen. If anyone is here from Dhaka Stock Exchange, I heard that the DBA president, Mr. Saiful, was here. So the Dhaka Brokers Association. You know that for last 4 years, brothers and sisters, for last 4 years, there have not been a single initial public offering in Bangladesh capital market. The capital market has been wiped off once in 1996 and again in around during the several times during the last government's regime. So they have made toys out of our best institutions. They have made toys out of Dhaka University. Since when you saw a Senate election at Dhaka University? 2-3 consecutive vice chancellors, each one rounding for almost 8 to 9 years, never cared about elections at Dhaka University Senate. So we said that we are going to have an accountable government, a representative government, a democratic government, not just government. You have to democratize the institutions, right from Union Council level to the top of the government. And then foreign direct investment, of course, will come. If you have a low tax country, low tax will lead to growth, and growth will lead to low inflation. With low inflation, and if we abolish double taxation, then of course foreign direct investment would come. And of course, we're going to minimize the cost of doing business by having a moratorium on those power charges and utility charges. Sir,
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Dr. Warisul Karim. Dear audience, we are really sorry for not taking any more questions. We literally crossed the time that was distributed. Thank you. On behalf of Policy Summit 2026 Organizing Committee, we extend our heartfelt appreciation to our respected speakers and panel members. Okay. I think if you have any more questions, we'd be happy just to send the questions and feedbacks on the email address amir@jamaat-islami.org. We'll be talking about this later, inshallah.
Hello.
One last question.
সম্মানিত প্যানেলিস্ট বৃন্দ এবং কিনোট স্পিকার ডক্টর ওয়ারেস ও সুধী মণ্ডলী, আসসালামু আলাইকুম। আমার পরিচয়, আমি আমসা আমিন। আরেকটু পরিচয় দিতে বলবো, আমি একজন অত্যন্ত কনসার্নড সিটিজেন, খুবই দুশ্চিন্তাগ্রস্ত নাগরিক। আমি বক্তব্য লম্বা করব না। প্রথমে আমি বলবো, আমি জামাত ডক্টর শফিককে আমি আন্তরিক ধন্যবাদ জানাই যে উনি জাতীয় সরকার গঠনের একটা প্রস্তাব রেখেছেন। দোয়া করি যেন এটা তারা বাস্তবায়িত করতে পারেন এবং এর জন্য সুনির্দিষ্ট, শুধু দুটো শর্ত নয়, সুনির্দিষ্ট একটা কোর্স অফ অ্যাকশন জাতীয়ভাবে জামাতের যে দলীয় স্টেটমেন্টের মধ্যে দেওয়া উচিত। এখন আমি কয়েকটা প্রশ্ন করে শেষ করব। দুটো সেশন আমি অ্যাটেন্ড করলাম। প্রথমটা হলো গভর্নেন্স ফ্রেমওয়ার্ক, আর এখন আপনারা করলেন প্রমোটিং প্রসপ্যারিটি। দুটো মিলেই সংক্ষিপ্ত প্রশ্নগুলো থাকবে। প্রথম হলো গভর্নেন্স, লোকাল গভর্নমেন্টের কথা বলেছেন। আপনারা কি ক্ষমতায় গেলে বা বিরোধী দলে গেলে ফেডারেল সিস্টেম অফ গভর্নেন্স বাংলাদেশে চালু করবেন কিনা, চিন্তা ভাবনা আছে কিনা? দ্বিতীয় হলো লোকাল গভর্নমেন্ট ইলেকশনগুলো নির্দলীয়ভাবে করবেন কিনা, নাকি দলীয় প্রতীকে আপনি করবেন? তৃতীয়টি হলো সমস্যাগুলো আমরা সবাই জানি, আপনারা জানেন, সবাই আমরা বুঝি, এবং সব সরকার এই দোষটা করে গেছে। সেটা হলো পলিটিসাইজেশন অফ অল সার্ভিসেস অ্যান্ড ইনস্টিটিউশনস। আপনারা এগুলো বন্ধ করবেন কিনা? ডিফেন্স নিয়ে কোনো কথা বলা হয়নি। ডিফেন্স সার্ভিসেস রিফর্ম এবং জাতীয় নিরাপত্তা ও প্রতিরক্ষা বিষয়, এটা গভর্নেন্সের সাথে যুক্ত, ফরেন পলিসির সাথে যুক্ত, আপনি কি ব্যবস্থা নেবেন? একই সাথে কানেক্টেড, খুবই গুরুত্বপূর্ণ, কোথাও আমি আলোচনায় দেখি না, বাংলাদেশের ইন্টেলিজেন্স সিস্টেমটাকে আপনারা আধুনিক, প্রযুক্তি সমৃদ্ধ এবং দক্ষ করবেন কিনা। যে ইন্টেলিজেন্স সিস্টেম আছে এটা সম্পূর্ণভাবে ব্যর্থ।
Could you please
এখন আমি প্রসপারিটি
make it short?
এনবিআর এর কথা বলেছেন। এনবিআর কে যদি দুর্নীতি মুক্ত করা না যায় তাহলে কিন্তু আপনাদের ইকোনমিক প্রোগ্রাম কোনোটাই সফল হবে না। আর শেষ কথাটা হলো, আপনার শিক্ষা নিয়ে কথা বলেছেন, স্বাস্থ্য নিয়ে কথা বলেছেন। এই গরিব দেশে শিক্ষা এবং স্বাস্থ্য অবশ্যই জাতীয়করণ করা প্রয়োজন প্রত্যেকের জন্য। এই বিষয়ে আপনাদের মনে থাকলে জানাবেন। আপনাদের সবাইকে ধন্যবাদ জানিয়ে, আমাকে এখানে আমন্ত্রণ জানানোর জন্য ধন্যবাদ জানিয়ে শেষ করছি। আল্লাহ হাফেজ।
Thank you for the questions. I think we'll be answering all the questions one by one in different sessions. If possible, among the questions, one could be answered.
Circle last quick second.
Oh, all right.
জি, আসসালামু আলাইকুম। আমি আব্দুল হক, আমি একজন ব্যবসায়ী, জাপান বাংলাদেশ চেম্বারের প্রাক্তন প্রেসিডেন্ট এবং ফেডারেশন চেম্বারে বহু বছর আছি। আমার মনে হয় অত্যন্ত গুরুত্বপূর্ণ এই সেশনটির জন্য আমি ধন্যবাদ জানাচ্ছি জামাত ইসলামীকে। সম্মানিত জামাত ইসলামের প্রধান এখানে আছেন এবং আপনারা যেটা করেছেন খুবই চমৎকার। আমার মনে হয় আমাদের জীবনের অভিজ্ঞতার আলোকে আমরা কিছু কথা বলবো। সেটা হচ্ছে শিক্ষার ব্যাপারে আপনি যেটা বলেছেন, প্রাইমারি শিক্ষার একটা শব্দ আপনারা ব্যবহার করেননি। প্রাইমারি শিক্ষাকে বর্তমান অবস্থায় রেখে ইউনিভার্সিটি বাড়ানো হবে মারাত্মক রকমের বিপর্যয়। ইউনিভার্সিটির চাপে বাংলাদেশ ইতিমধ্যে যে গ্র্যাজুয়েট তৈরি হচ্ছে তাদের কিন্তু বিশ্বে দেশেও তারা জব পাচ্ছে না। অতএব এখানে ব্যাপক একটা সংস্কার দরকার। আপনি সেটা চায়না, ভিয়েতনাম, জাপান যদি ফলো করেন তাহলে কিন্তু আপনাকে ওই জায়গায় যেতে হবে যে প্রাইমারি থেকে শুরু করে হাই স্কুল, স্কুলের কথা আপনারা বলেন নাই, মাদ্রাসার কথাও বলেন নাই। তাহলে আমাদের আসল জায়গাটা, ভিত্তিটা কি হবে সেটা একটা বড় প্রশ্ন। আইটির ব্যাপারে কিছু বলেননি, যেখানে বিশ্ব বাজারে কি ধরনের গ্র্যাজুয়েট দরকার, বাংলাদেশের বাজারে কি ধরনের লোক দরকার। এখন জাপানের লোক যাচ্ছে, জার্মানি, ইউরোপের লোক নিতে চায়, কিরকম লোক? সবাই স্কিল মানুষ যাচ্ছে। স্কিলের দিকে আমাদের প্রাধান্যতা খুব দরকার। আমি আরেকটা কথা বলবো, বিনিয়োগের জায়গায় আছে না, ওকে ওকে, আর না উনি বলেছেন শিক্ষার, সেজন্য বললাম। বিনিয়োগের জায়গাটা আমার ইন্টারেস্ট, সেটা হচ্ছে বাংলাদেশে বিনিয়োগের জন্য আমি বহু বছর যাবৎ, প্রায় 30 বছর যাবৎ ফেডারেশনে আছি এবং জাপান বাংলাদেশ চেম্বার থেকে জাপানের প্রাইম মিনিস্টার সহ বাংলাদেশকে অনুরোধ করে গিয়েছিল মিস্টার আবে যে তোমরা বিনিয়োগের এনভায়রনমেন্টটাকে উন্নত করো। কিন্তু আনফর্চুনেটলি আমরা সাহায্যই নিতে চাচ্ছি, কিন্তু ওই সব জায়গাগুলি, ভিয়েতনামের মতো কান্ট্রি একক এজেন্সি করেছে, এজেন্সির নাম হচ্ছে ভিয়েট্রেড, জাপানে হচ্ছে জ্যাট্রো, কোরিয়াতে কোট্রা। আমরা কেন করতে পারছি না? আমাদের এখানে এতগুলো মিনিস্ট্রি রেখে, এটা ইটসেলফ ইজ এ কলোনিয়াল স্ট্রাকচার, যে কলোনিয়াল স্ট্রাকচার রেখে কোনোদিন আপনি ত্বরান্বিত উন্নয়ন সম্ভব হবে না। অর্থাৎ আমি আমার এই বয়সটা বলছি, আমি একজন মুক্তিযোদ্ধা এবং আমি মনে করি যে এই সংস্কার ছাড়া বিদ্যমান কাঠামোর প্রশাসন ব্যবস্থাকে রেখে ইট ইজ সিম্পলি এ কলোনি, এবং এখানে যে বিট্রিয়াররা বসে আছে তাদের সন্তানরা বিদেশে লেখাপড়া করবে, তাদের 14 গোষ্ঠী বিদেশে লেখাপড়া করবে, এন্ড দে উইল ইউজ দিস কান্ট্রি অ্যাজ এ কলোনি। দেয়ারফর ওই জায়গায় বড় রকমের সংস্কার আপনাদের করতে হবে। যে 24শে জুলাইয়ের আমাদের সন্তানরা প্রাণ দিয়ে গেছে, স্মুথ ভাষায় হবে না, রক্তাক্ত পরিবর্তন দরকার। এই কাঠামোকে ভেঙে চুরমার করে দিতে হবে, যে নতুন বাংলাদেশ গড়ার জন্য আপনাকে ব্যাপক সংস্কার আনতে হবে। ধন্যবাদ।
Thank you very much.
থ্যাংক ইউ স্যার। আমার মনে হয় আমি আপনাদের ধৈর্যচ্যুতি ঘটাবো না। আমাদের এডুকেশনের উপর আব্দুল হক স্যারকে জানাতে চাই, আমাদের এডুকেশনের উপর কিন্তু একটা কমপ্লিট ফুল ফ্লেজেড সেশন আছে। সেজন্য এখানে আমরা শুধু বিজনেস, ইকোনমিক্স, ফাইন্যান্স, ব্যাংকিং, ট্যাক্স, এনবিআর এগুলো নিয়ে কথা বলেছি। ইট ইজ বাই নো মিনস এটা, হ্যাঁ, কিন্তু দ্যাট ইজ ইন্টিগ্রেটেড। হ্যাঁ, এডুকেশন, জি স্যার, জি স্যার, জি স্যার, হ্যাঁ, I absolutely agree, sir. আমার মনে হয় ওই এডুকেশনের জন্য সেই জিনিসগুলোতে বেশি ডিটেল যাচ্ছে না। আমরা অফকোর্স স্টেম এডুকেশনের কথা আমি দেখেছি, আমি বলি নাই, কারণ এডুকেশনের জন্য রেখেছি সেগুলো, প্রাইমারি, সেকেন্ডারি, টার্সিয়ারি, ইউনিভার্সিটি। আমরা শুধু ফোকাস করেছি যেগুলোর ফাইন্যান্সিয়াল ইমপ্লিকেশন আছে, যেমন যে এক্সট্রা প্রোগ্রামগুলো, এটা কিন্তু ইনক্রিমেন্টাল কস্টগুলো। আমাদের বাজেট কিন্তু নিশ্চয়ই 2 লাখ কোটি টাকার না, কারণ গতবার লাস্ট বাজেট ইজ প্রায় 8 লক্ষ কোটি টাকা। সো ওই শুধু ইনক্রিমেন্টাল কী কী পলিসি, মানে এই পলিসিগুলোর জন্য কতটুকু এক্সট্রা কস্ট হবে, যেমন আমরা আগের যে বেনিফিট প্যাকেজ আছে, সোশ্যাল সেফটি নেট আছে, এর কোনোটাতেই টাচ করার কথা বলিনি, শুধু এক্সট্রা যেগুলো সেগুলোর জন্য কতটুকু খরচ। সো বাই নো মিনস the package that I proposed or we proposed is by no means the full story. It is only part of the story, but definitely I appreciate the education, infrastructure, technology and industry academia difference. Of course, আমি মানে আপনার মতোই one of the ones who can see it every day as a teacher, as a university teacher. The industry wants some kind of skills and আমরা produce করি a different kind of skills, তাই না? So এটা 100% আমরা in agreement, এবং আমার মনে হয় জামাত ইসলামী, as I said, I can't speak on behalf of the party as a whole, but other sessions will respond to those.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Rasul Karim, and all the panel members. Would like to end this policy presentation session right now. So please, ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for the keynote speaker and all the panel members. Thank you. Thank you once again. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, are you still with us? Good, because now I will be delivering the policies on stand-up comedy. No, I'm just kidding. That's the fault of us youth, you know. But you know, the youth policy is matter of no joke. Even though us youth, we tend to make a lot of joke. So, the future of Bangladesh lies with its youth. And as a Gen Z woman, I'm really excited that our next session focuses on youth employment, unleashing the power of Gen Z and Gen Alpha. This will be a very short session because we'll be, immediately after that, we will have our lunch. So I will, to explore the innovation, skill development, entrepreneurship, and digital transformation, I welcome our speakers and panelists, including Dr. Ashikur Rahman as keynote speaker. He is the Regional Manager of Asia, centralized support to the ENFP network, as well as Masud Rahman as panel member. He is a former senior design engineer. We also have Muhammad Abdullah Al Mahmood, CEO of Thriving Skill, Nurul Islam Saddam, Central President of BICS, Engineer Bilal Ahmed, Executive Committee Member of Bangladesh Association of Software Information Services, Engineer Tunazina Rahimu, Teacher's Assistant in Brack University, and Consultant to Disaster Management. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in a round of applause for our esteemed guests. I respectfully invite our guests to assume their seats. Yes, and now I invite Dr. Ashikur Rahman to deliver his keynote speech. Dr. Ashikur Rahman.
You go ahead. Okay, no worries. Go ahead.
Assalamu alaikum and a very good morning to you all. I would like to welcome you to the third session of the day and hopefully the last one before lunch. It feels like an absolute miracle to be sitting here and discussing and talking about good governance and prospering economy and everything. And I cannot, I would like to share that for many young voters in their 30s, this would be the first time to vote, including myself. And I would like to seize this opportunity to remind us all with grave gratitude in my heart that this very moment wouldn't be possible without a youth movement. July movement started on the question of asking equal opportunity towards jobs. And Abu Said, Abrar Fahad, Osman Hari, and countless others, they gave their bloods and lives for giving us insaf. And Bangladesh Jamaat-e-Islami acknowledges this and is deeply inspired by the youth and is very welcoming to provide them the reward, the scope, and the lives they deserve. There is no way that we can ever repay the martyrs, but at least we can try and uplift the dreams of them so that we can build a better Bangladesh. Now, whenever we are talking about youth, there are just so many things to discuss, but as we have very limited time for today, we will be focusing towards youth employment. You know, in a country like Bangladesh with so many human capital, it is of utmost importance that the youths are given the jobs of their desired and the jobs they deserved. If we don't, then they would turn to a wasted potential, and we cannot let that happen because they can be a cherished asset. On that note, we can hope that we can build a better Bangladesh together, and I would like to give the stage to Dr. Ashik to further enlighten us on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Hello, good afternoon. I would like to start from the very last word what our panelists mentioned. A time for building Bangladesh together. It's not a limerick or it's not a poetry alone. It demands responsibility. According to the statistics of Bangladesh Labor Force Survey 2024 of Bangladesh Board of Statistics, it presents a very hard reality for Bangladesh. Currently, we have 2 million youth unemployed. According to the government statistics, the actual number could be much higher. This is a very concerning, even the number is like 2 million. It's all about the age group who is expected to be the most energetic, most innovative, most productive. If they don't find a job, employment, they lost. Literally, they lost. The situation is helping them, turning them toward irregular immigration or become part of social unrest. And even more severe problems than unemployment is underemployment. According to the Labor Force Survey 2024 of Bangladesh Board of Statistics, around 10 million underemployed people are in Bangladesh. The number could be much higher in reality. But the concern is about the individuals who are with higher educational qualifications, with skills and capabilities, who could perform high-valued jobs. But the present situation in Bangladesh forced them to work in low-skilled jobs, to accept low wages employment. As a result, the individual potential is wasted, the productivity declines, and in the economy, basically economy falls into the low productivity traps. In summary, our people are working, but the economy is not benefiting fully from their day labor. It also shows us that the education we are providing in our institutions, school, college, university, madrasa, Tibet, vocational, whatever we have, the institutions that do not match the skills demand that are looking forward from the industry nationally and globally. At the same time, if we think about the international market, let me begin from the international market. We have seen there is a increasing demands in different types of sectors. construction traders, care workers, industry technicians, let's say hospitality professionals, seafarers, drivers, agriculture specialists from many different countries. But the first world, they also want the youth trained with proper knowledge on the activity they're gonna do. They want professionalism. They want working language, job language. Bengali is not enough. And also they want cultural norms and values. So, our policy framework for international market is very clear. We'd like to go for low skill migration to high skill youth workforce mobility by reducing the cost for deployment, for placements. We'd like to ensure there is no low fall for the middleman exploitation. We'd like to ensure transparent employment and also government supported activities around the person who would like to travel abroad. If we think about the sectors for overseas and national perspective, there are many high demand sectors. I would like to mention only a few names that will help you to understand that we did segmentation, we did skill mapping, we did the demand driven mapping that actually currently our country wants, and also we are getting requests from overseas. Let's start with construction and infrastructure. It needs skilled workers, skilled masons, technicians, plumbers, supervisors. If you think about the manufacturing, there is the technicians, oil-trained technicians who has the international standards. If we go for digital and IT services, we need more freelancers who work from home, who work from very rural area, who work from different district area, but bring money back to Bangladesh. We also have care economy. I hope you understand. We need more nurses. We need more professional child care professionals. We need more care workers. If you think about the green economy and agriculture, this is the future for Bangladesh. We need more specialists, trained specialists in these fields, as well as retail, hospitality and transports. We need the trained managers. We need professional people in this field. So let's go for water transport marine service. This is which could be newly implemented in Bangladesh, and we could export our talents because we have the opportunity. But still there are a lot of challenges. We did several researches for a long time to understand what exactly happened. Thanks to Dr. Warisul Karim, who mentioned that each year we are actually sending 23 lakhs, 2.3 million people in the job market, but hardly the decent job is only 23,000. If we think about the informal job, it barely has like 1.3 million. Still, there are 1 million who didn't find the job. The main problem is skill mismatch. Our mentality is very clear. We would like to go for certificates in the university. Hardly we find the exact training that demanded by the industry. Also, whatever we are discussing about the skill development, entrepreneurship, education reformation for youth, or in short, youth employment, there is a big problem with our fragmented governance system in Bangladesh. Currently, 7 ministries are part of this. Ministry of Youth and Sport, Ministry of Higher Education, Ministry of Primary Education and Mass Education, Ministry of Labor, Ministry of Industry, ICT Division and local governments. All are engaged, but there is the fragmented governance that actually stops to get the best benefit from the government. We also notice that our rural youth, our women are really far behind. They don't have sufficient access to finance and mentorship. And there's a huge gap in trainings. our vocational institutions are providing trainings. Unfortunately, the curriculum is very obsolete. That is not ready for the current one. Forget about the future one. Therefore, inshallah, Bangladesh Jamaat-e-Islami, with mandate to govern, we want to facilitate 10 million youth trained with market demand skills. Would like to go for 5 million job placements and creation directly assisted by the government. Would like to go for 500K new entrepreneurs in the market, fully supported, trained, mentored, and financed by the government. Would like to go for 1.5 freelancers. We didn't forget to be freelancers. Would like to bring freelancing home in the village. And finally, in order to do this, we also need a unified governance and educational reform. This is one of the major, measurable implementation strategies we have for 10 million youth trained with market-relevant skills. Our motto is very straightforward. No youth left behind from the planning of Bangladesh Jamaat-e-Islami. We'd like to go for high-demand skills, including languages, AI, cybersecurity, cloud computing, care economy, green energy, green skills, moral training, ethical training, training on cultural values and norms, and so on. We'd like to introduce youth tech labs in every upazila in Bangladesh. That will help our youth to be ready, like job graduates with global standards. And of course, I hope many of you know that there is a very famous model that is really working in Bangladesh with thousands of models, what is called Ustad Shagred model, at the very rural level. By this, Dr. Professor Warisul Karim mentioned that there will be skill recalibration training scholarships. So those who are studying, let's say those who are dropouts, illiterate students or primary students, those who are like SSC, HSC, 2-year diploma students, those who are studying in vocational TBED or technical education, those who are in the madrasa, religious students, everyone has been considered in our plan. In order to go for 5 million job placements, the number is real and it is possible to implement in terms of domestic and overseas. Would like to bring a very new innovation. Bangladesh Jamaat-e-Islami would like to go for district youth job banks. In every district, we'll have youth job banks where the job seekers will submit there, will register there, and they will get the job facilitated by the government in the district. We'll collect all the demand from the district, so no one need to come to Dhaka to do the exam. No one need to come to Dhaka to do the interview. Everything will be controlled at the district and divisional level. Through skill mapping, through introducing apprenticeships at the industry, because industry needs experience certificate. And Bangladesh Jamaat-e-Islami would like to propose and would like to implement internships, apprenticeships at the industry during their graduation level. It will be a bit kind of mandatory, but it will be gradually. Would like to introduce also local and overseas employer commitments. You know that many countries want skilled migrants from Bangladesh. And Bangladesh Jamaat-e-Islami would like to promise in a way that we will bring the employers in Bangladesh who needs different types of sector-specific skilled young. And of course, IT-based jobs will help a lot, around 40%. Let's go for 500K new entrepreneurs. We are very specific and very focused for our women, youth, and marginalized. Would like to help them by providing access to finance, by helping with incubation and acceleration facilities at the district level. And definitely, our intention from the very beginning is demand-driven, not following the supply chain. We would like to train you. This is not our parameter metrics to understand how it is working or not. Our parameter is to see if the person gets a decent income or not after getting training, after entering in the job field. And of course, Bangladesh Jamaat-e-Islami would like to facilitate the market linkage. So we'd like to bring the market in the home. Let's go for the final one. For doing all this facilitation, commitments, we need a unified government. We need a unified ministry. thanks to the last person who made the question that we have many different ministries, blah, blah, blah. Yes, we consider this. And we have observed 7 ministries are involved currently helping youth. So we'd like to bring all the departments together under one unified ministry that will help us to get a oil plant activity coordinated by one ministry. We don't need 7 more ministries just for youth employment. So therefore, this is one of the proposals that we would like to go for centralized workforce development and placement in one place, all bringing together. And finally, in order to do all these things, I keep mentioning about education transformation. This is the key actually for us that will help us to achieve all the goals. Would like to go for skill-based higher education. Would like to introduce internship during the study period. It would be a bit mandatory internship. Would like to go for expanded, let's say, illiterate pathways to helping low-skill illiterate people to be a little skilled, so he can up his skilling and he can get into the, let's say, he can get into the money generation. Our remittance will boost up. Our remittance will help us if they have a little skill. And finally, would like to go for modernization, not only for technical parts, also for TBET, vocational education. Our intention is to bring all these educational entities into the real picture of the job placement in Bangladesh. Finally, I would like to mention following, okay, this is a very short time, we cannot explain everything, but please, I would like to ensure that in our policy framework, Bangladesh Jamaat-e-Islami would like to ensure we didn't forget you, those who made the July Revolution. Would like to ensure that no individual talent will be wasted. Would like to ensure no youth left behind. And our job employment policy is no longer just like sectoral issue. It is our national mission. Thank you so much. And I would like to welcome now Mr. Abdul Al Mahmoud, our ICT veteran, who will show us the pathway how ICT could be a powerful tool and transform the lives of Bangladeshi youth. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashik Bhai. Assalamu alaikum, good afternoon. Already Ashik Bhai mentioned about different agendas. Now we need to understand from these agendas, it's not working. Oh, yes. From these agendas, actually, what is our aspiration? What's our vision? So we are dreaming a country that is powered by AI, and we want to convert the labor-based economy to knowledge-based economy by 2040, not 2030. It's not possible for us to make the country knowledge-based within 2030. That's why we are visioning that we will convert the labor-centric economy to knowledge-centric economy by 2040. If you consider the figures, you see all of our economic figures, remittance, then garments, all these are labor-centric. Our industries are creating FMCGs and second industrial revolution relevant products. We are not the producers of computers or computer relevant products. Even we are not the data creators in some cases. So we want to convert that. When we talk about the freelancing, what's the field? So through ICT, we will actually, okay, we will create 2 million ICT jobs within 2030. It's not 2040. Within 2030, we will create 2 million ICT jobs. This is our target. And second thing is, if we would able to ensure the ICT relevant services, AI relevant services, we would able to provide seamless services to citizens. As you know, government, one of the key agenda of government is to provide services to citizens. So if we would able to enable ICT in citizen services, interestingly, last government developed 365 plus apps, but most of the apps are not running, or citizens are not getting services from those solutions. So we want to ensure that citizens will get ICT enabled services. So these two actually create the jobs in the ICT sectors and in the freelancing sectors. So what are those sectors? If we talk about the ICT areas, you know, we have hardwares, we have softwares, and we have networking infrastructures. Lots of things are there. Through Digital Bangladesh, though it was the branding of last government, unfortunately we are not digital yet. All of our infrastructure or all of our public infrastructure, I would say, this is fragmented. So I would like to show you where we stand right now. Okay. So there are three engines basically. We call number one is public sectors. This is our foundation. Then private sector. This is the engine, and we call human capital. That is the fuel. So our foundation is fragmented. Systems have been developed through siloed mechanism. That is, there is interoperability gap. Ministries cannot interoperate the data, and that's why it is not possible for us to train up the data and to provide AI-enabled services. And we will address that. Second one, for private sectors, we have lots of good examples. MFS, I would say, Bikash has revolutionized mobile financing services. And in case of hardware, we have Walton and Fair Electronics. They have also revolutionized hardware mechanisms. And in the softwares, though we have hundreds of software companies, but unfortunately our export figures is not showing us that we are not good enough. We have BASIS, ECAP, BACO, lots of associations are there, lots of organizations, but unfortunately our figures, as if I mention, you would understand the figure if we consider the ICT export with other sector exports. RMZ is giving us 45 to 48 or 50 billion dollars export, whereas our ICT exports is only 700 million. That means you even didn't cross 1 billion. So we need to address that in the private sectors. And then our human capital, we have demographic dividend up to 2040. As you know, our population, 40% of our populations are youth. If we provide them better skills, they would be actually our asset. So we will set as some agendas. As our time is limited, it's not possible for us to show you all the mechanism that how we actually re-engineer our human capital. So this is our third engine, that is we call the fuel, through which we will actually transform our country from labor-centric economy to knowledge-centric economy. So to do that, definitely we need to address some policy issues. What's that? We need to depoliticize the strategy. Last government developed 39 plus high-tech parks. Unfortunately, these are only infrastructures. It is not creating any ROI, we call return on investments. So we need to address these issues. We need to depoliticize I would say the policy papers we have developed. Actually, we have considered the national issues, not political agendas. Jamaat-e-Islami is not setting policies to serve the political parties. It is actually develop the policies to serve the nations. So we will depoliticize the strategy. Number two is reclaim digital sovereignty. I can tell you one data. Our national ID can be accessed from 182 points. That is, this is very vulnerable. Our data is not sovereign, and there is data breach issues. Lots of we call technical. I want to use any technical terms here. You would understand that is we are in a vulnerable condition. We need to address that. And third one is in the policy we will re-engineer our human capital. As Ashik Bhai mentioned, we will actually transform the higher education through skill-based. So after the graduation, definitely there would be requirement for upskilling and reskilling, and we are recommending lifelong learning as our agendas. You see, what is your age, whether it is 40, 50, 60, you need to learn because technological disruption is there. Without you learning, you won't able to start. So that's why we are recommending lifelong learning as our key agendas for re-engineering the human capital. So to make this three strategy or three policies, we will actually implement 6 points. Number one is for providing better service to citizens. As the systems are fragmented, isolated, I would say there are some isomorphic mimicry and the systems are siloed, so we need to address that. We will develop government intelligence systems through which all ministries will be interconnected and we will get centralized data repository and under which we would able to create our own data and it would help us to give seamless service to citizens. So this is the infrastructure issues. If we talk about the connectivity, as you know, right now we have 900 Gbps internet connections connectivity. That is, we have 2,800 Gbps, but right now we are using only 900 Gbps. It's happening due to the technical incapacity. If we bring third submarine cable, we can enrich our connectivity to 5 Tbps, 5 terabit per second. So we'll address that as well. And for payment issues, we call due to the lack of national payment gateway, we are losing 15 to 20% of earnings of the freelancers. So we'll address that, and we will maintain our digital infrastructure on our own, that is cloud-based server maintained by our own national mechanisms. That would actually make the system sovereign. And for human capital, as I said already, we will address that agenda. And number 5th is high-tech job creations. As you see, the main fuel of this century is data. It's no longer petroleum oil. If you have data, that means you have business. All tech giant companies are doing business through data. Microsoft, Google, Facebook, Amazon, all these companies are doing business through data. So as we have 180 million people, this is a huge asset. All these people are actually generating data, and these tech giant companies are doing business. So I think we have the opportunity to link with these tech giant companies and we can create high-tech relevant job in our country. And number 6 is definitely we will address the governance and compliance issues. The regulatory agencies, though BTRC and lots of regulatory bodies are there, but unfortunately it didn't serve the purpose of the people. So we need to address that. So if we execute all these 6 points, what we would gain? We are expecting 2 million job creations, ICT job creation. It's not the total job creations. We would create 2 million ICT jobs within 2030. Then our ICT export goal is 5 billion. And if we maintain all the systems we have recommended, it would actually help us to 1.5 billion fiscal recovery. That is, it is wastage. You don't need to invest again and again on separate systems, which created the silos in our system. So we will save that amount in year by year, and definitely we will gain efficiency from 30 to 45%. That means you would able to make your system seamless, and it would provide you better service to citizens. And definitely that would create also jobs. So by saying so, I am just concluding my presentation here. I hope if we get the opportunity to rule the country, definitely through the system we would eradicate the corruption and we will convert our labor-centric economy to knowledge-centric economy. Thank you so much.
Right now we are opening the question answer sessions, and before that I would like to give floor to the panel members if they have any comments to add. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. Due to the shortage of time, we'll go straight to the points. And our panel members are here. I don't think that we'll be able to answer all the questions. So we'll be more than happy to collect all those questions, and these panelists will be available in future sessions, roundtables, town hall meetings, whatnot, inshallah. My name is Masood Rahman. I am an industry veteran in semiconductor industry. I worked for 32 years in Intel, 28 years, and AMD for 4 years. I'm working with this IT team to make sure the knowledge of our expatriate community translate to the Bangladeshi IT sector and every other sector, inshallah. When Amir-e-Jamaat visited in US in last October, we had the rare opportunity to meet him with a group of diaspora expertise. We exchanged some ideas, and his answer was, I would like to see two things from you guys. Number one, transparency. Number two is capability. Do you guys have that? We said, yes, we have. Because the people who are excited of the August Revolution, they see the opportunity that now they can give back to the country. Before that, many diaspora expatriate community came and they siphoned the billions of dollars, as you know. So this will not happen under the watch of Jamaat-e-Islami. The people in the diaspora community will come, will share their knowledge, expertise, and build the economy and build the country together, inshallah. As I mentioned, I come from the semiconductor background. Only thing you heard about the IT, very small section. If you take the entire IC sectors, there are tremendous opportunity. This is very conservative estimates. Even the semiconductor industry, if you know, this is a heavy capital expenditures involved, right? The fabrication lab costs $20 billion. That's why Bangladesh cannot dream to build a fab facility. But there are many other sections in the semiconductor industry that can be very much available, or we can tap into it. But first and foremost, we need to make the trained workforce. And as you heard from the morning session, and everyone is mentioning training, 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 because we do not have enough semiconductor knowledgeable folks in the, even though we have hundreds of private university, they give thousands of degrees, like 10,000 engineers, 5,000 techs and others. But unfortunately, you cannot find 1,000 trained in VLSI or the semiconductor industry. So we'll make sure, because the ecosystem is building. Probably you have heard some of the companies like the Ulka Semi, the neural networks, they exist now. And there are a few others, and they formed the BSIA, Bangladesh Semiconductor Industry, and they are trying to launch the BEAR program, which the summit happened a few months ago. BEAR is the biotech, engineering, robotics, and AI. So all trying to convey to you, this is not a pipe dream. If we can work together, if the government is friendly, business friendly, those jobs will come and we'll be able to export many of these things. So with that, another thing that I would like to really tell you, the good news, that in tech industry, only in US itself, we have tens and thousands of very high-tech professionals. Even in my company, in Intel, we have more than 500 top-notch engineers. They work in that company alone. Think about all other companies. If you go to Europe, the same story. Australia, Japan. So if we collectively, we gather those things, then we do not have the shortage of the trainers and shortage of the funders. So that part we'll address through that diaspora involvement. And we already formed Diaspora Technology Forum. So they are already engaged. We are collecting the data and the skill set. And inshallah, when Jamaat is in power, we'll push the full force together to make the Bangladesh again the sovereign nation, and will never other countries will be able to subjugate us the way they did for last 15 years. With that, I hand over the mic to another panelist, Saddam.
Assalamu alaikum everyone. Thank you session chair for giving me the chance to say something here. At first I would like to give thanks dear audience and journalists. I would like to deliver my viewpoint in Bengali because of virtually a huge amount of our audience are connected with us. আমি যদি প্রশ্ন করি এই মুহূর্তে ইয়াং জেনারেশনের কাছে আসলে বার্নিং ইস্যুটা কি, তাহলে সবাই আমাদেরকে একটা বলে হচ্ছে আমাদের লেখাপড়া শেষ করে আমরা জবটা পাবো কিনা। রাইট নাও আমাদের এই দেশে যদি আমরা বলি আমাদের এই ইয়াং জেনারেশনের মধ্যে কিছুদিন আগে যে বিপ্লবটা হয়ে গেল, যেটাকে আমরা জুলাই রেভলিউশন বলছি, এই রিভলিউশনের মূল পারপাসটা হচ্ছে মানে ইয়াং জেনারেশন তারা চাকরি ক্ষেত্রে তাদের অধিকার পায়নি, যার ফলশ্রুতিতে একটা রিভলিউশন তারা সংগঠিত করে ফেলেছে। কিন্তু আমরা বর্তমান সময়েও এই স্ট্র্যাটেজিক্যাল জায়গা থেকে গভর্নমেন্টকে খুব বেশি ইমপ্রুভমেন্টের দিকে আমরা নিতে পারি নাই বা দেখি নাই, এবং পূর্বে এটা হয়নি কারণ একটা হিজিমনি এখানে আমাদের ছিল, আধিপত্যবাদের একটা থাবা আমাদেরকে এই ডেভেলপমেন্ট জিওপলিটিক্যাল দিক থেকে ডেভেলপমেন্টটা করতে দেয়নি। আমাদের বাংলাদেশে যদি এই প্রবলেমটা নিয়ে আমরা কথা বলি তাহলে আপনারা দেখবেন যে আমাদের এখানে ফ্রিকশনাল আনএমপ্লয়মেন্ট আছে, আন্ডার আনএমপ্লয়মেন্ট আছে, এরপরে ডিসগাইজ আনএমপ্লয়েডের সংখ্যা আছে, কমন আনএমপ্লয়েডের সংখ্যা, এটা মেজারমেন্টের বাইরে আমাদের বাংলাদেশ। কিন্তু পিওর আনএমপ্লয়েডের সংখ্যা যেটা গভর্নমেন্ট হিসাব বলে সেটা হচ্ছে মোর দ্যান 3 মিলিয়ন। তো 3 মিলিয়ন এইটা মিটিগেট করার আসলে উপায়টা কি? এই ব্যাপারগুলো নিয়ে বিগত গভর্নমেন্টও ডেভেলপমেন্ট ওয়ার্ক করেছে কিন্তু সাস্টেনেবল ডেভেলপমেন্ট তারা করেনি। এই জায়গায় জামাত ইসলামী খুব বেশি এমফাসাইজ দিচ্ছে, এবং জব মার্কেটে প্রতি বছরই আনএমপ্লয়েডের সংখ্যা 2 লাখ মানে 2 লাখ অ্যাড হচ্ছে, এবং এই অ্যাডিশনটা ডে বাই ডে ইনক্রিজ হচ্ছে, যা আমার সোসাইটির জন্য একটা বিশাল বার্ডেন ক্রিয়েট করছে। এই বার্ডেনটা মিটিগেট করার জন্য উপায়টা কি? 2006 সাল থেকে আমার দেশে ডেমোগ্রাফিক ডিভিডেন্ড চলছে, কিন্তু এই ডেমোগ্রাফিক ডিভিডেন্ডকে ক্রাশ করে যেভাবে ওয়েস্টার্ন সোসাইটি অথবা আমার পার্শ্ববর্তী চায়না ডেভেলপমেন্ট করেছে, তারা ইকোনমিক পলিসি রিফরমেশন করেছে 1978 থেকে। এর আগে তার ইকোনমিটা ছিল বাংলাদেশের ইকোনমির চাইতেও ভালনারেবল সিচুয়েশন, কিছু কিছু প্রভিন্সে তার চাইতেও খারাপ অবস্থা ছিল। সেখান থেকে তারা 20 বছরের ব্যবধানে ইকোনমিতে পৃথিবীর সুপার পাওয়ারে পরিণত হয়েছে। তারা গ্রেটার বে এরিয়া তৈরি করেছে, ম্যাকাও রিভারকে তারা ডেভেলপমেন্ট করে ফেলেছে, সেখানে তারা 4.4 ট্রিলিয়ন ইউএস ডলারের ইকোনমি ডেভেলপ করার পরিকল্পনা করছে, যার এখন ইকোনমিক ভ্যালু 2.2 ট্রিলিয়ন ইউএস ডলার। তো এই জিনিসগুলো রিশাফল করার জন্য এখন ইয়াং জেনারেশন বা ডেমোগ্রাফিক ডিভিডেন্ডকে কিভাবে কাজে লাগানো সম্ভব, ইয়াং জেনারেশনকে ইম্পাওয়ার করা সম্ভব, সেই জিনিসগুলো নিয়ে আমাদেরকে এখন ভাবতে হবে। পলিটিক্যাল জায়গা থেকে যারা দেশ গড়ার চিন্তা করে তাদেরকে ভাবতে হবে। আমার আজকের এই প্রেজেন্টেশন বা সামগ্রিক বিষয়গুলো নিয়ে জামাত ইসলামী যেই কনসার্নটা দিচ্ছে ইয়াং জেনারেশনের প্রতি, এবং জিওগ্রাফিক্যাল কারণে আমাদের দীর্ঘ সময় ধরেই আমার এডুকেশন সিস্টেম এবং আমার পাশাপাশি ইয়ুথ এম্পাওয়ারমেন্টের জায়গাগুলোতে অনেক বেশি বাধা সৃষ্টি করা হয়েছিল। যেহেতু জামাত ইসলামী কোনো আধিপত্যবাদের বিষয়গুলোকে টলারেট করে না, তার ম্যান পাওয়ারকে সে এম্পাওয়ার করতে চায়, দেশের ডেভেলপমেন্ট নিয়ে সে কাজ করে, কথা বলে। এই জায়গায় আমরা খুবই স্যাটিসফাইড যে আগামীর বাংলাদেশের নতুন বাংলাদেশের যে স্বপ্নটা দেখছি, আনএমপ্লয়মেন্ট সিচুয়েশনকে রিডিউস করা এবং আমাদের দেশের ইয়াং জেনারেশনকে এম্পাওয়ার করার জন্য এটা একটা বেটার অপরচুনিটি নিয়ে তারা যে ভাবনা করছে, যে এমপ্লয়মেন্ট ক্রিয়েশনের জন্য তারা চিন্তা করছে, নিঃসন্দেহে এই সোসাইটির জন্য এটা একটা বেটার ফিউচার নিয়ে আসবে। এবং আমাদের দেশের এই বেসিক প্রবলেমটা যদি রিডাকশন করা সম্ভব হয় তাহলে ইকোনমির ক্ষেত্রে একটা চমৎকার একটা ডেভেলপমেন্ট আমরা দেখতে পাবো ইনশাআল্লাহ। তো সবাইকে ধন্যবাদ জানাচ্ছি। আসসালামু আলাইকুম রহমতুল্লাহ।
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Belal Ahmed. I am representing ICT business industry. So you already heard about the business, ICT planning. So currently our GDP is solely dependent on the apparel industry and remittance. So we want to focus on ICT, how we can create an alternative source of GDP for our country. For that, we have already invested in lots of fund in our infrastructure. So we want to make sure that these infrastructure are not used properly. So we want to use this infrastructure properly. There are lots of policy also in places, but not workable policies. So we want to make sure these policies are up to the mark. So globally, every day, ICT is improving. I mean, lots of new technology is coming. So we want to ensure that we are up to the mark with the competing with the global level. So for that, youth is our main workforce. I mean, youth is our main soldiers. So we want to ensure that ICT will be our main tools for creating jobs. So thank you for coming, and please inspire us. And I think ICT will be play a very big role in our economy in future. Thank you very much.
Microphone.
Thank you. I think we have we are well over our time. Do we have time for questions? The panelists will be there, so maybe one or two questions we can take. Thank you.
Any question? Can you give the mic? Can you give the microphone? Okay. Okay, that's close.
Excellencies and distinguished guests, Assalamu alaikum and a very good noon. The first question is that there is a corruption ecosystem in Bangladesh developed in last 1.5 decades. This corruption is jeopardizing all the efforts that we made. Especially, I want to say something which will cover the last 3 sessions. In Bangladesh, a bureaucratic system that existing at this moment, we can say that it is developed and it is spoiling the development process. I can cite one example. During British regime, in the 1910, Lord Hardinge prepared a bridge over the river Podda, and Lord Hardinge arranged the 2-line railway track in that bridge. But unfortunately, what unfortunate nation we are, that after hundreds of years, we have prepared a bridge on the river Podda. There is only single rail track. What a atrocity has played to the nation through a development. You know that development with corruption-induced development is the most terrible exploitation for a nation. দুর্নীতি দুষ্ট উন্নয়ন হচ্ছে এই পৃথিবীতে সবচেয়ে ভয়ঙ্কর একটি শোষণ। এই শোষণের গড়াগলে আমরা পড়েছিলাম গত প্রায় 1.5 দশক। আমি গত যে 3টি সেশন হয়েছে, 3টি সেশনের একটি কথা বলি শেষ করতে চাই যে গত একটি প্রোগ্রামে আমিরে জামাত আমাদের গিয়েছিলেন, একটা প্রোগ্রামে মতিউর সামুয়েলকে, তিনি সেখানে বলেছিলেন যে 4টা বিষয়: এডুকেশন, করাপশন, জাস্টিস অ্যান্ড ইউনিফাইড নেশন। I think that out of these all, that today, out of these 3 sessions we have discussed about the education, this education system should be reformed in such a way, because our education ministry is the most corrupted organization. So we have to elevate, get rid of from this corruption. You know that there is an Arab Spring, the Tunisian dreams has been jeopardized because of the bureaucratic system. And if we could not get rid of from this bureaucratic system, corruption of these bureaucrats, we cannot build our dream Bangladesh. Thank you.
Thank you. I think what you mentioned about education, we will have a separate session for this.
Thank you. It's a good suggestion, actually. It's not a direct question. He has given some advice also. We'll be taking note of that. But in order for end the session, we have 2 distinguished guests. She will mention the name. They can make a couple of comments.
I'm requesting comment from Mr. Faisal Samad, former Senior Vice President, BGMEA.
Hello. My name is Abdul Halim. I am retired Additional Secretary. I have 2 questions. One is that ICT Indian ICT export $85 billion, and they employed 3.5 million workers. But what are the constraints in our sector? Why we are not making headline in this regard? Second question is that why you could not produce a skilled manpower, as we know that people from abroad working here, as many as 5 lakhs. This is my question.
Okay, for ICT related job, as I said, last government targeted $5 billion ICT export within 2024, but unfortunately the figure is only 700 million. So you know the culture has been totally diluted and it's polarized. We need to develop new culture under which we would able to generate the return on investment of our actual ICT investment. So since there was no accountability, no transparency, that's why we didn't get the expected result.
Okay, I'm requesting again Mr. Faisal Samad, former Senior Vice President of BGMEA, for a remark. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. Shubhaparno. Actually, I've listened to the presentation so far, and thank you very much. I think that is very encouraging, the kind of information that you've shared. I represent the RMG sector. So RMG sector, as you know, has been the backbone of the economy, and this is how we have developed the economy. And so far, it's been a good progress, but there are lots of challenges. I think that আপনারা যারা IT sector আছেন, আপনারা ইভেন আমার মনে হয় যে যদি সুযোগ থাকে বিনিয়োগের, তাহলে ইভেন আমাদের সেক্টর থেকেও বিনিয়োগ হবে। এবং আপনারা জানেন যে কর্মসংস্থান যেটা হয়েছে আমাদের ইন্ডাস্ট্রিতে, যে লেবার ইন্টেন্সিভ ইন্ডাস্ট্রি যেটা এমপ্লয়মেন্ট জেনারেশন করছে, আশা করি যে ইন্ডিয়া যেভাবে করেছে প্রগ্রেস ইন দ্য আইটি সেক্টর, ইফ ইউ হ্যাভ আ গুড প্ল্যান, তাহলে আই থিঙ্ক দ্য আইটি সেক্টর ক্যান অলসো গ্রো প্রোগ্রেসিভলি। I wish you all the best, এবং আমাদের সেক্টর থেকেও যদি কোনো সহযোগিতা দরকার পড়ে, ইভেন আমাদের সেক্টরকেও আসলে ফোর্থ রেভলিউশন, ইন্ডাস্ট্রিয়াল রেভলিউশনে যদি আমাদেরকে যদি মোকাবেলা করতে হয়, তাহলে কিন্তু আপনাদেরকে সহযোগিতা দরকার আছে। সো ইফ ইউ ক্যান ব্রিং দ্যাট টেকনোলজি টু আওয়ার ইন্ডাস্ট্রি, দেন আই থিঙ্ক দ্যাট উই ক্যান অলসো বি এ সাস্টেনেবল ইন্ডাস্ট্রি। ধন্যবাদ।
থ্যাংক ইউ।
Thank you for this wonderful remark. And the
Assalamu
next...
alaikum. আমার একটা কোশ্চেন আছে this distinguished প্যানেলের কাছে। You are young and সুতরাং আইডিয়া অনেক বেশি ভালো, very nice presentation, very impressive. আমি ব্যক্তিগত এক্সপিরিয়েন্স থেকে বলছি, there is a big gap in IT knowledge between the urbans and the rural population. The gap is so huge that it is unbelievable. Because I can speak from my own experience. I have a very, very modest computer training center in my ancestral home in Bogura. And, you know, the young youth, both male and female, I mean, they cannot even handle the mouse. We have to teach them how to handle the mouse. This is one problem. And another huge problem, which I don't know how you people will address. You mentioned that the jobs will be created through freelancing. Now, freelancing, you need to have skills in English.
Yes.
Written and specially spoken. With very difficulties, one can write one sentence of English, which is also full of mistakes. And when it comes to speaking, they are so nervous, they can't even, communicate. So this huge gap, how, you are going to address? Young people in our country, those who are graduates from the universities, they cannot write, they cannot read, they cannot speak English. So this IT, I know, is very promising. But this is my question. How will you bridge that gap?
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Dilara. I admire you for your passion and all those activities you have done. 2 points that you mentioned, this is a chronic problem. It will not be solved overnight, but inshallah, we'll be taking notes and our teams continuously work to make those progress in a structured way, inshallah. Due to the time, we'll probably go for the comments, like one distinguished gentleman has a comment.
Thank you so much, our amazing audience. Thank you so much for being patient. And now let's get you energized, okay? So we would now like to announce our lunch and prayer break. Starting from now, we will reconvene at 2:30 after lunch and prayer break. Amir-e-Jamaat, along with the senior guests and diplomats, will be escorted by our volunteers in a different room, different arrangement for their lunch break. And the rest of us, we will be having our lunch in the reception. We have a buffet arranged. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, our honorable panelists, for your amazing discussion on youth policy. And I'd like to remind our guests that we will be reconvening here at 2:30 p.m. We will be having sessions on women, education, and healthcare. Thank you so much.